Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the home of British boxing. We are here ahead of a stacked night. TM14 Promotions in association with Dennis Hobson and FightZone. This is going to be a fan-friendly night of boxing, and I am so delighted to be joined by Dennis Hobson himself, along with promoter John Trethewey. John, obviously TM14 has been dubbed as a platform for young prospects to thrive on. Which fights tonight are you most looking forward to?
Well, we're really pleased to have a really good card of prospects as usual. We're famous for that, which we're happy with. We've got a couple of Mark Tibbs fighters on, which obviously the Origin Gym, which is excellent. We've got two Peacock fighters on. Tundir Jay's down with Anthony Yard because they've got a fighter on as well. So it's hard to pick, but I think the main fight, the headline, you've got Joel Bartel. He's 5-0 now. He's been impossible to match. I've matched him about 6 times along with Eddie, the matchmaker. Every time someone's pulled out, he's very expensive. It's because what you see is what you get. He knocks people out. We've got big plans for him going forward, but we've had to fly someone in who come in yesterday. He's ranked #1 from Panama, middleweight. He thought the weigh-in was yesterday, which was a bit of a confusion for us, so he weren't too happy with me. I thought I was going to get knocked out, but look, he's here, and that's going to be a really good test for Joel. It's a step up, but as usual on the undercard, you've got Joel Kadura, as I mentioned. He's with Tunde. You've got a couple of Martin fighters that are always good. Yeah, really good show, but that should be the headliner. Dennis, over to you. Is there any fights tonight that you're really looking forward to?
The reason I'm here, obviously, is because I'm working with John. We are working with John, and this is just one of many shows that we're going to put together and promote together with John. It's what I want to state here is that John's providing a platform for some of the best up-and-coming talent, and obviously it's prestigious to fight at the York Hall, and John's providing that. He's doing numerous shows every year, so we're pleased to be part of it, pleased to partner up with John, and I'll make this statement now: we're going to produce 1 or 2 meaningful champions together.
That's really exciting, and very, very exciting times ahead. How much does it mean to you to provide a platform for prospects in boxing?
Well, I don't know if you know, I've been in the game, I've been promoting for 30 odd years. I know I don't look that old, but it's the all of you lay, and that's a punt. Anyway, so yeah, I've still got a passion for the game, and working with people like John keeps me in the game. I've started in my garage and ended up promoting in Las Vegas, and you know, we've got a smashing team again. FightZone's going from strength to strength, and like I say, we're going to produce some champions, and it's going to be on the platform of FightZone, and we get calls every week. It's like Dragon's Den in our office, so we get calls every week to work with different people, but John's one of the good guys, and is a massive asset to us as we are to him, so it's a great partnership and a match made in heaven.
John, obviously Dennis has some lovely words to say about you, and you've got some really, really exciting months ahead. Not to look past tonight's show, which is going to be absolutely wonderful, but obviously you've got a show on the 25th of May coming up, another one early June, and then the big one in July. Why don't you run us through what we can expect?
Yeah, thank you. Some nice words there from Dennis. I have to give it back, rightly so. So Dennis is the guy that makes all this happen for us in terms of the filming and the platform. He said, oh, we've got the platform, we have the content, he has the platform, so working together is perfect. This show is a good show. May's a really good show. We've got 3 title fights on that already, and some really, really good undercard as well. Then we've got one in June, but the big one in July, which we will announce tomorrow, is the O2. Everyone's talking about it. The card hasn't been leaked yet. There's nothing publicly, but we're probably going to have about 8 50-50 fights on there. It's big for us to go to the O2. It's at the Indigo, but it holds about 3,000 people. It costs a lot of money to put it on. Thanks to Dennis, we're filming it, and Dennis has got connections that I don't have, which means it will go on FightZone and some bigger platforms as well, TalkSport as well probably. So yeah, look forward to that announcement tomorrow, and I know there'll be some raised eyebrows like, how have you made them? And working with other people, he said, like Dennis, but not just Dennis, but other people, means that we can get these big fights on and big shows. But I'm excited about tomorrow.
I mean, collaboration is always, you know, key in this game particularly. And speaking of collaboration, you've got some really exciting news to announce. A sponsor that's come on board. We've seen it on social media. For those of you that haven't heard, I'll let John explain that for you.
Yeah, that's a good one for us. That's Ladbrokes, right? So they're the biggest bookmaker in the country. I do work for them, but they've finally come on board. I've persuaded them to do it. I think everyone knows I work for them, but I'm like, you need to put your hand in your pocket there and help me out, which they are. So that makes us be able to grow. It means we can put bigger fights on. It means we can get bigger fighters, more attraction. Again, with Dennis there as well. Dennis has got some people that we'll probably bring over for the O2 show that are really, really big. If I can drop it in now, maybe Roy Jones might come over and bring a fighter as well, and that's connections we've got there. And Ladbrokes just help that, because, as I said, I am biased, but they are the biggest bookmaker in the UK, so we're excited about that.
Congratulations, that is so exciting. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. Without further ado, we will get started with tonight's show.
And a very good evening. Welcome to York Hall. Stacey Copeland here with you to take you through the evening's proceedings. We are in the mecca of British boxing, of course, for another cracking night on Fight Zone. We've got a really packed bill, as you can see. Top of the bill, Joel Bartel with a tough test, 8 threes, of course, before he moves on to what we are expecting will be bigger things. We'll talk more about that in a while. Sonny Hardy, of course, had a really excellent performance last time out here. Joel Kadoa as well, obviously under the tutelage of Tunde Ajayi. We'll see what he can bring to the table. And of course, Louis Muldowney, Orel Ignat, Finlay James, Sean Robinson, Arnie Dawson and Lloyd Farington. All the home fighters, they're going to get underway. All got different tests in front of them, but this is where it all begins for them to take those tests. I have got fantastic co-commentators tonight. We are really in for a treat. Really great insights from Denzel Bentley, former British champion, and Linus Adofia, former English champion. Denzel, I'm going to start with you. I mean, what a venue we have here. It really is special.
Yeah, York Hall is always special, man, especially when you can get a packed out venue. The noise, you just can't get any better atmosphere than York Hall when it's popping.
Yeah, it really is, and it's heating up here. There's a few spectators still in the bar, but I'm sure as soon as we get underway, they're going to make their way to ringside because they know they're in for some cracking fights this evening. So without further ado, let's get our first official introductions with our MC, Vernon Ray.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, welcome along this evening to the York Hall, live here in Bethnal Green for an evening of professional boxing brought to you by TM14 Promotions in association with Dennis Hobson and Fight Zone. We've got a fantastic card for you this evening, ladies and gents. Sit back, buckle yourselves in. It is time for the ride to begin. 9 contests this evening, kicking off the first one, ladies and gents, making their way to the ring in this super middleweight division contest. Boxing out of the the red corner, Edgar Romero.
The 36-year-old Mexican from Guadalajara, El Leon, Edgar Romero. 39 bouts, and as you will know, particularly if you're a follower of boxing regularly, the reputation of Mexican fighters precedes them, so hopefully we're in for an exciting performance from Romero.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the ring, boxing out of the red corner this evening, make some noise for him, an unbeaten boxer, Lloyd Farington!
Well, he goes by the Animal, the 20-year-old from Hampshire. He had 50 fights as an amateur and won a schoolboy and junior national titles. He can claim that Roy Jones Jr., yes, the Roy Jones Jr. is a big fan of his, having watched him when he was sparring Eubank Jr. So big expectations. This is 4th outing for Lloyd Farington.
Yeah, the nickname, the Animal's really deserved. I've done a lot of rounds with him, and
Ladies and gentlemen,
he's baby face,
on
but
we
he's
go.
very
Bout
savage. He
number
hits
one
very
this
hard as
evening.
well.
The first one of our show tonight. Introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner. On the scales today, 11 stone, 12 pounds and 1 ounce in the all blue trunks with the white trimming from Guadalajara in Mexico, Edgar Romero. And his opponent, facing across the ring, boxing out of the red corner this evening, ladies and gentlemen. On the scales this afternoon, 12 stone, 1 pound and 9 ounces. He has the black trunks with the gold trimming and the animal emblazoned across the waistband. He is an unbeaten boxer. 3 contests, 3 wins from Waterlooville in Hampshire. Right, the animal, Farington! Outside the ropes, the man on the bell is Steve Putin. The third man inside the ropes is your referee and scoring judge, Mr. Lee Every. Best of luck to both boxers.
A really good reception for Lloyd Farington there, the Animal, 20 years old from Hampshire. As I say, he's got a good amateur pedigree, having had 50 fights, schoolboy and junior national titles. And he has sparred Denzel Bentley, who's part of our commentary team tonight. And Linus Adofia is next to me, former English champion who sparred with him as well. What can you tell us about him?
Yeah, hits very hard, throws punches from everywhere, and very sharp for his age, and his experience as well. Only 4 fights in. Expect a lot from him.
Yeah, he's just 20 years old, so really important these fights in terms of, as we say, ticking the boxes. As he just edges in and backs Romero up against the ropes. Romero, the Mexican in the blue shorts, fighting out of the blue corner, and Lloyd, the Animal Farington, in the black shorts with the gold waistband, fighting out of the red corner. As they just find themselves in a tangle, the referee will just separate them.
And a very good opponent he's going up against, a very game opponent, 40 odd fights, 13 wins, 10 knockouts in those wins as well. So very good fight for this stage in his career.
Yeah, he's an interesting one, isn't he, Romero? He's 36 years old, he's had 39 bouts. He takes another couple of big lead hand hook to the body and the head from Farington as he's mixing his shots up now, going through the gears a little bit once he backed him up against the ropes. Good to see from Farington, but Romero, the Mexican, he's got an interesting record, 10 stoppages of his 13 wins, but he's been stopped 8 times of his 23 losses as well, so he can be stopped, but it looks like he can also pack a punch himself as he takes another couple of big shots. And as you said, Linus, you can see that power that you've expressed, that you felt in sparring.
Yeah, no, very, like he's only 20 years old, but he's built like an absolute animal. Moved around with him before. He throws every punch with intention, and his opponent Edgar, he's lost 23 times and he's been stopped 8 times, so that he's vulnerable. He can be hurt, and if Lloyd fights the right fight here, he can get that stoppage in his record.
Well, if these opening stages are anything to go by, you would think that Romero is in for a tough night's work, as Farington not afraid to load up when he gets the opportunity. And it does seem, Linus, as well, like he's got power in that backhand, but the lead hand as well.
Yep, 100%. I've felt them both. He's got power in every single shot he throws with every hand. He's a very strong 20-year-old.
He's had really good sparring, the likes of Felix Cash and Ryan Garner, Mark Chamberlain as well. That was during COVID. He's also sparred Eubank Jr., as I say, when Roy Jones Jr. was coaching him. He said Roy Jones Jr. is a fan. High praise indeed. Says that Gatti and Ward are his favourite fighters. If he can put on anything like the display that those fighters did, then the York Hall faithful are in for a treat here as we reach the closing stages of this opening round, which has been a really good one, Linus, for Lloyd.
Oh yeah, great start, great first opening round. He's throwing the right shots, he's not rushing anything, which is really important against an opponent that actually hits this hard. 10 knockouts in those 13 wins that he has.
He's tall at the weight as well, isn't he? They almost look like different weight categories, these two.
Oh yeah, yeah. But Edgar, no matter how short he is, I'm sure he's no slouch.
Well, they certainly come with a reputation, the Mexican fighters, but we can see here Farington using every inch of that reach advantage, and nice to see him mixing up the shots so well. He looks relaxed in there, Linus, as well. He's not forcing anything, is he?
No. Like I said, he's taking it very easy. He's working off his jab. He looks really good, you know what I mean? He looks really composed for a 20-year-old. He looks really in control for a 20-year-old. And if he keeps going like this and picks his shots, listen to his corner, you know, the stoppage might come.
A fast start from Romero, but he was walked right onto a big shot from Farington. He definitely caught him, but the referee deemed that to be a slip or perhaps a tangle of the feet there. He definitely caught him.
Yeah, he caught him.
And another good overhand right from Farington as he works down to the body with the lead hand, backs Romero up against the ropes, and
just like I was saying, if he picks his shots well, he's here for the taking. He's vulnerable. If he doesn't get excited and rush his work, the stoppage is definitely in the card. He's strong enough to do this.
He certainly is. Will he go through the gears? They are tough to get out of there, of course. 39 bouts, the 36-year-old Mexican, so he's been round the block, been there and done it, but a nice uppercut. And that, Linus, is an example of those angles that Farington can find, because he's throwing shots from all sorts of angles, which are really difficult to defend against.
Yeah, he's really patient as well. He's really patient. He's not rushing his work. He's taking his time. His opponent isn't really offering much right now, and he's, you know, running the risk of getting stopped here.
Well, the referee won't want to see Romero take too many sustained attacks like that from the ropes. He did throw a couple back towards the end of that exchange, which has kept him in it as he doubles up on the jab, and just very steady, edging in behind that front foot. Farington not forcing anything, nice and relaxed, waiting for the openings and the opportunity to let those hands go.
Yeah, he's working really well off the jab here. He's setting every punch up. He's not just throwing willy-nilly. He's having a look, and he's very patient. It's really good work from Farington right now.
Nice shot again from Farington. Nice footwork as well, and movement there, Linus, that he was able to come in and out of range and step back in with that backhand as he works that uppercut as well. There's a real variety in his shots, isn't there? Yeah. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, it's very impressive. You know, he's listening to his corner well. He's not rushing his work. I feel he knows his opponent. Great
huge
shot!
Huge shot from Farington. Puts Romero straight down. He will have felt that right to his boots as he seems to take a few deep breaths and make his way back to his feet.
Just like
How well will he have been able to clear his head, though? The referee just wants to see him take a few steps. He does. He's happy for it to continue, but for how long? Farington knows he can get at him. That was a huge shot he dropped him with as he goes to work again. Pushes him up into the red corner.
Yeah, stoppage is
a
on the
flurry of
here.
shots. Romero firing back, though, but he leaves himself open. Back down to the canvas, but that one, just like exhaustion.
Just like I said, it's that jab that set it up. He jabbed, he stepped in with a left hook and caught him straight onto that lovely cross at the end. It's a great shot from Farington. As long as he doesn't rush his work now and just take his time, that will come again, and the stoppage will come if he just takes his time and doesn't rush his work.
Well,
great
what a round for Farington. He just ran out of wind almost, Romero, there when he went down the second time. His legs just betrayed him as he went down to the canvas, but that first shot that dropped him, goodness me. And you talked about that power that he possesses. He set it up beautifully though, Linus, as we see in there in the replay. Just nice and relaxed, edging in, and then just a little double tap on the jab, and then came right through with that backhand.
Just like I said, that jab is governor. That jab is the absolute governor. He's throwing it every time. He's setting everything up well off it. And yeah, you know, he keeps going like this, keeps listening to the corner and not rushing his work. He should get the stoppage. And you know, so far, great performance from him, Stacey.
Well, there's no panic in Romero's corner there, just sat to the right of our commentary position, and he does seem relaxed. He's taking a few deep breaths. He's just getting his legs going again, so he'll have been tested like this before, that's for sure. Make no mistake about that, but
Lloyd's corner
shots like that and 2 rounds still to go, it's a tough ask, you would think.
Lloyd's corner just, you know, imploring him to kind of calm down and keep working behind his jab like he is. And that's what I would tell him myself. What about you, Stacey?
Well, I don't think you can really criticise too much that Farington's done. This has been an excellent display so far. There's not a great deal for him to worry about coming back from Romero. Certainly doesn't appear to have earned his respect in terms of being wary of his power. Of course, you always have to be. It is boxing after all, but Farington, I mean, definitely has the advantage in power.
Yeah, I think Romero's felt the power as well, which is why he's quite hesitant to throw. You know, he's kind of in survival mode right now, especially after being hurt twice. Romero just posturing on the ropes, sticking his tongue out to Lloyd, which I'm not sure is the wisest move right now.
He certainly will have earned his purse tonight, the Mexican, because this has been a tough couple of rounds already. We're into the third, and Farington showing no signs of easing off on that power. He really loads up and lets go, but what's impressive is the way that he's setting them up, taking his time.
He's just throwing every punch with spite and bad intentions. You know, he's boxing really well. He's keeping it tight. He's not doing it recklessly. You know, he's keeping his elbows in and his hands very tight. You know, and trying to find openings.
Romero covering up as tightly as he possibly can, and you can't blame him for that. It's a matter of survival once you've taken huge shots like that. As he fires back with a couple of his own, it's about knowing how to get through these rounds when you've got someone in front of you who's trying to take your head off. As that lead uppercut misses by a whisker, he'll be glad that that didn't find its target, will the Mexican, as he finds himself backed up to the ropes yet again. Farington comes over, doubles up on that backhand, just looking for the openings.
He's just waiting for Romero to kind of open up and leave himself open here.
Working more to the head again, just that sheer power making its way through the guard of Romero at times. Sometimes as tight as his guard is, Linus, he's just not able to stop this onslaught from Farington.
Just about to say, really good work from Farington, going to the head and body, where when his guard is tight, you go into the head and body, just opens him up a little bit. It's great movement.
Steps across to change the angle, to try and find those gaps and create an opening. Capitalises on it really well yet again. Little exchange of smiles between the two. Lots of posturing and little expressions, which is all part of it, of course. The Mexican trying everything that he can just to test the youngster from Hampshire, but goodness me, if we talk about ticking boxes, Linus, many of them have been ticked in this first 3 rounds from Farington here tonight.
Yeah, incredible. You know what? He looks really good. He's doing everything right, listening to his corner. And the most important thing that I'm noticing for a 20-year-old having a night like this, he's not rushing, he's not getting excited. He's only had 4 fights and he's 20. You know what I mean? He's fighting like he's been here a million times. You know what I mean? And yeah, he looks really good. He's ticked every box in that aspect as well, Stacey. Yeah,
just his 4th outing, really impressive stuff. As you can see here, the way he's not rushing his work, he's remaining composed. He's not smothering his work either. It's easy, Linus, when you've got a fighter like this, when there isn't too much coming back, without being disrespectful to Romero, to lean in and fall in. He's not doing that. He's keeping his feet underneath him. He's got a good base all of the time with which to launch these attacks. As we enter into the 4th and final round, will Romero hear that final bell? He does deserve to, but doesn't always work that way, of course. You don't always get what you deserve, and Farington straight back to work with a huge backhand. Really has some power in that, Linus.
Yeah, it's been his best weapon so far, and he's setting it he's really setting it up well with his jab. You know, everything's coming off that jab. Romero's not really helping himself here. He's backing up to these ropes and kind of making himself a sitting target.
He's trying his best to keep his head movement fluid, is Romero, keep his head off that central axis, but
another good right hand.
Farington finding his target yet again.
Good movement off it.
Good work as he just steps off and he'll reset himself, Farington, to launch another attack. But really impressive stuff from the 20-year-old. His range of shots has been superb this evening. Yeah,
he's got really good distance as well. He's kind of timed Romero to a T, and you know what, Romero's durability is actually really paying him dividends here, because
it's incredible how resilient.
A lot of people wouldn't have been able to stand up to these punches.
Absolutely not. Good work again. It's a devastating backhand that is from Farington. Even when Romero can see it coming, it still lands with great force, and you can really feel these right in front of our commentary position here. He's got Romero up against the ropes, and you can really feel those shots from this close proximity as he sinks them in, dips to the body with that jab, steps back off again, not falling in, not smothering his work. Really impressive stuff, allowing space to gain the full leverage of that backhand is Farington.
He's got really
good work.
Farington just gets caught by a sneaky left hook by Romero. Doesn't really phase him. He answers back with a jab cross.
Just showing that he's got something in his locker still, Romero, but finds himself backed up again, shipping more huge shots from Farington. He's done well to take these, the Mexican, because this has been a hard night's work. Punishing shots, another big backhand from Farington. You just feel that any second he can land another one of those, and Romero will hit the deck. He'll be trying to avoid that, of course, for this remaining inside the last minute now of this final round.
Yeah, Romero's really earned his money tonight.
Nice sharp jab from Farington.
And Farington's really keeping it on him. He's not really letting up here. He's backed him up to the ropes again, trying to just find an opening with his footwork.
And set everything up so well through the jab this evening, Farington. A really impressive display from the youngster.
Romero answering back, last 10-second clapper. Farington goes on the attack.
Final seconds here, the crowd really imploring Farington to go forward, but Romero, huge credit to the Mexican, who had a really, really tough 4 rounds from the very first bell to the last. He really had to dig in there, Linus.
Yeah, that was a fantastic performance by Farington. You know what, you got to credit the durability in the chin of Romero. You know, he was on the deck, he's been hurt a few times, and yeah, he's done really well. He's done really well tonight. But unreal work from Farington. Everything was fantastic, from his jab to his defense to his footwork. Everything was fantastic. He set everything up, and you know, he looks, if someone told you he was 20 and only had 4 fights, you wouldn't believe it, because that performance against, you know, he's not fighting anyone. He's fighting someone that's had 40 fights. He's knocked out about 10 people. So, you know what I mean? He's not fighting any mug here. And,
absolutely not. He's been round the block, and anything that Farington has brought he will have seen before, but as we've seen in the replay, very little you can do, no matter the level of experience, if you take a backhand like that. And Farington certainly showing tonight that amongst many attributes in his repertoire, power, particularly in that backhand, is definitely something that future opponents will want to be aware of, because that is some shot, and set it up so well. Great composure. And let's get the official announcement now from our MC.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, some appreciation for our 2 boxers, please. Great contest. For the first time this evening, Bob, with the referee scorecard here at York Hall. Scoring the contest, 40 points to 35 points. Your winner, and still unbeaten, let's hear it for him, Lloyd Farington!
Well, a really, really good performance from Farington there, Linus, and the crowd really appreciating that what they saw there was an excellent display from a young prospect who showed just what he's capable of. He's on the right trajectory.
Yeah, fantastic performance from Farington. Very strong performance as well. And yeah, he showed a massive array of his skills and talent. And yeah, I think his future is very bright in the super middleweight division.
Absolutely, really good performance. He's ringside now with Melissa.
Lloyd, what a way to start the show. How are you feeling after that dominating performance?
No, it feels good. I really don't know, just like the distance was a lot better. I could it was brilliant.
I mean, it really was brilliant. As a fan of the sport, it was really, really exciting to watch. Your shot combination was really varied. Obviously, this was your 4th pro fight.
Yeah.
So what are you learning now, kind of stepping up through the gears of pro boxing?
I just like punch selection, what I'm going to throw, when I'm going to throw. My feet being a lot more well structured, not rushing things and almost overcrowding myself on top of people. So I think distance has been a massive thing that I've sort of had to switch up. So then I can land those bigger shots.
You're very, very young. You're 20 years old. You're a heavily decorated amateur boxer. How has your amateur experience played a part in your pro experience?
Not a lot, really. I think I've always had a pro style. But now I can I think this is where I belong, sort of in the pro games, without a head guard, small gloves and that. So, no, I'm loving every minute of it.
You dropped him in the second round with a beautiful right hand. Were you hoping to get him out of there before the 4 rounds were up?
No, I mean, you're always hoping to get him out of there, but I think when I do try and go for the kill, I think it destroys it all. So even when I did have the knockdown, I didn't go in there rushing all guns blazing. I still tried to keep my distance, punch selection. So that's the reason for that. So, but no, I mean, I tell you what though, he took some shots. He did take some shots.
He was extremely resilient. Honestly, credit to him. You've been really busy since your pro debut. When can we expect to see you back out?
Hopefully within the next sort of 8 to 10 weeks, definitely, or even sooner than that, because I've got to stay active, and I think I live for the camp, the fight camp. So, no, it's brilliant, and also it stops me from getting fat as well.
Well, you're a very, very exciting fighter. They call you the animal. They have good reason to, and we look forward to seeing you back out in action.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, I think listening to Lloyd Farington there about what he's been working on, he was definitely able to execute really impressive performance, and yes, excellent shot selection, took his time, worked it out, as we see again a replay which I'm sure he'll enjoy watching back. Not so much Romero, but Farington certainly will. Clearly what he's been working on in the gym working well for him here on Fight Night at York Hall. And we're ready to continue proceedings now with fight number 2, Arnie Dawson and Lee Hallet. Let's go for the official introductions with our MC, Vernon Ray.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back inside the ropes here this evening at the York Hall Professional Boxing, brought to you by TM14 Promotions in association with Dennis Hosband and FightZone. We are heading for 6 rounds of boxing in the super lightweight division. Introducing to you first, making their way to the ring, boxing out of the blue corner this evening. Let's make some noise for Lee Hallet.
Lee Hallet then making his way to the ring, the 36-year-old Londoner, 82 bouts. He fought Louis Horn last July, who's just beaten Keenan Wainwright for the Commonwealth Silver title this month in Sheffield. He's aiming for 101 bouts to go one more than Johnny Greaves, a former pro who's now his manager.
As an unbeaten boxer. Ladies and gentlemen, on his way to the red corner, let's hear it for Arnie Dawson!
Well, taking his time to make his ring walk is the Terminator, and if you haven't seen Arnie Dawson in action before, he may look a little bit like the Milky Bar Kid, but those looks are deceiving. Do not be fooled, because he can really whack. He's 21 years old, the man from Essex. Saw him here in December and had the pleasure of commentating on his fight when he stopped Ricky Leach with a huge shot, which he set up really, really well. He can really punch, but he's in against a very experienced journeyman in Lee Hallet. As I say, 82 bouts. He's only been stopped twice in his 76 losses, so here'll be a good test
on
for Arnie Dawson.
Go this evening, bout number 2, live here from the York Hall in Bethnal Green. TM14 in association with Dennis Hobson and FightZone, bringing the action live and direct. 6 rounds of boxing in the super lightweight division are where we are heading. Introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner this evening. On the scales this afternoon, 10 stone, 3 pounds and 3 ounces. He has the black trunks with the gold and green trimming and his name emblazoned across the waistband. From Canning Town, right here in London, Lee Hallet! And his opponent, faceman across the ring, boxing this evening out of the red corner. On the scales, 9 stone, 12 pounds and 6 ounces. He has the white trunks with the red and blue trimming and is blazing across the waistband. He is an unbeaten boxer. He has 2 wins out of 2 contests, one by big way of KO. He is from Clacton in Essex. Ladies and gentlemen, Arnie Dawson, the Terminator! On the ring, on the bell outside the ropes, Stephen Pucci. Inside the ropes, looking after things, is Amy Pugh, with our scoring judge at ringside. Best of luck to both boxers.
So remember, do not be fooled by Arnie Dawson, because he has got the look, with no disrespect to him, of the Milky Bar Kid, the Terminator, but he can really whack. He's fighting in the white shorts out of the red corner. He's in against Lee Hallet in the blue shorts, black shorts. And Lee Hallet, a very experienced journeyman, 82 bouts, the Londoner. And his aim is for 101 bouts. He wants to go one more than Johnny Greaves, former pro and manager. And as I say, fought Louis Horn last July, who's just beaten Keenan Wainwright earlier this month for the Commonwealth Silver. So he knows what he's doing in there.
Good shots off the rope there by Dawson.
And the shot that he dropped Ricky Leach with, I mean, it was unbelievable in December, wasn't it, Denzel?
Yeah.
And the way he set it up was massively impressive. Just 21 years old, the man from Essex.
Yeah, he set up lovely. I mean, I didn't even see it coming, but when he landed it, that was it. It was a great shot. And like I said, Arnie's been in the gym. He's improved so much. He's grown so much within his boxing ability, and it's exciting to see him out there, doing what he does.
Yeah, a lot of people have been impressed by the youngster, and that shot he dropped Ricky Leach with that Denzel's just describing there was right in front of our commentary position in December. It was unbelievable, because it almost came out of nowhere. He was so relaxed as he backed Ricky Leach up onto the ropes and then just unleashed a beast of a shot.
Even now, with his age, where he's so young, he's only 21. You got a guy like Lee Hallet that likes to make things awkward and scruffy for you. He's walking in with, dipping his head low, trying to push him, and Arnie Dawson's just staying relaxed. He's just staying relaxed off his jab. He had a nice combination off the ropes earlier, and he's just controlling the centre of the ring now against an experienced pro in Lee Hallet.
And you're quite right, that's exactly what he likes to do. In fact, he said that very thing in an interview, an article in the Boxing News earlier this month, and he said, I like to give fighters a test, I like to give them a fight. He had a first round stoppage on his debut, and he said that he'd got up that morning at 4 a.m. to run to make weight, and he learned quickly from it, and clearly has, because of his 76 losses, only stopped twice, so he really knows what he's doing in there. He says York Hall feels like his home, and he wants to go out in his final fight as the home fighter at York Hall, so he's comfortable fighting here as he lives up to what he's suggested, is that he likes to give fighters a tough test, and he's doing just that for Arnie Dawson, isn't he? Because he's giving him plenty to think about, Denzel.
He is using his physical strength against him as well. Like you just see him on the ropes, he's using his man strength against him. But Arnie's handling it well. Arnie stayed relaxed. I haven't seen him panic once in there. He stayed relaxed. He's letting these shots go. He's not throwing shots out of panic and pressure. But look, circle back round, controlling the centre of the ring, off his jab. I mean, it's good to see from a young pro when they're doing these things.
And there can be, in these first few fights, Denzel, a scenario where there's very little to no pressure from the away fighter. So it's good to see in just his third outing that he's having that pressure to deal with.
Yeah, most definitely. Like you said, a lot of fighters in their first few fights, their opponents usually are just backing up in survival mode, but he's got a pressure fighter on him this time around.
Smooth Criminal being played louder than I've ever heard it in my life, but anyway, great work there from Arnie Dawson, and sets his shots up really well, and he has had a little bit of pressure to deal with from Lee Hallet. As we said, he is an away fighter who likes to bring it, he likes to give them a test, he likes them to know they've been in a fight, and he's found himself applying front foot pressure at times, backing Dawson up to the ropes, and he's really handled that pressure well, which is exactly what you're looking for at this early stage. And it's difficult, isn't it, Denzel, getting that matchmaking right, where you don't want it to be habitual, that it's really easy and there's not even much adrenaline, you know, for each fight, because you know exactly what to expect. You do want a test, but it's how soon and how much.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, that's where you have to kind of know, you know, your fighters and stuff. But yeah, they've done a great job matching this. You don't want to make it, you know, someone that's a bit too easy where he's just going to walk through and there's no threat. But then again, you want a happy medium, someone that's going to test him. But of course, you don't want the home fighter to lose. But it's up to them to put up the performance that they need to do to win. But this is the perfect match for him, I think, Arnie Dawson in his career, in his third fight.
Certainly is, and Lee Hallet said in that same interview in the Boxing News that there are fights where he feels if he was to step on the gas he could win, but of course it doesn't help. The phone stops ringing, as they say, if you do too much of that. But he might just have a sniff of this and fancy his chances tonight, because he has shown that he can get at Dawson and cause him problems.
Yeah, no, exactly. So I think he feels like Dawson is good enough for him to, you know, apply that pressure and maybe try and get a win, but then it's up to Dawson to, you know, be better than his opponent and be victorious tonight. And I think he's doing well. I think he's holding the centre well. He's using his jab. He's staying relaxed. That's what surprised me the most. His composure, you know, to that pressure. I remember before I came out, I said to him, "Stay relaxed. Don't let him frustrate you." And he looked at me and said, "Yeah, I got you." And he's doing just that. He's handling it well.
Well, certainly no sign of Lee Hallet looking to frustrate him. He's putting it on him, that's for sure, as he backs Dawson up to the ropes, and he's looking like the home fighter at times in this fight, as Dawson turns him though and gets a couple of shots off before Hallet continues to walk his man down. Relentless pressure this from Hallet in this second round, Denzel.
He's throwing some bombs. If he's trying to knock him out, he wants to see if he can knock him out, if he's good enough. But the mistake Arnie Dawson is making is he's getting back with his chin in the air. He's getting up with his chin too high, so Lee Hallet's trying to come over with those big chopping shots to see if he can catch him, see how good his chin is. But when I see Lee Hallet boxing like this, I see it as a sign of respect for his opponent. He knows Dawson's good enough, so he's going to try and put it on him and see how good he is. He's testing him, and this is only going to benefit Dawson, especially if he can get through this.
Well, he really has upped the ante in this second round. You would think Lee Hallet is turned up the gears, put his foot on the gas a little bit and started to apply pressure on Dawson, backing him up on several occasions to the ropes. And he does have that height and reach advantage, Dawson, but as Denzel rightly said, when you're backed up, you have to make sure you protect that chin as a taller fighter, because if you just come low and come over the top with those hands swinging as Hallet has shown he's capable of doing, as he just does there with that backhand, you can get caught, and it's eye-catching for the judges, that shot from below, isn't it? Because it rocks the head back.
It is. He's got to be careful with that. That's the only mistake I feel like he's making right now, just getting up with his chin too high. But that all comes with experience. I mean, once he gets through this, he can watch it back and look at his mistakes and work on it.
There's been a high work rate from Hallet in this round as well. He's invested a lot in it, Denzel, and do you feel that Dawson's matched that work rate?
I feel like he's played it well. He's controlled his composure. He hasn't panicked. He hasn't worked harder than he needs to because he feels like there's pressure. So I feel like he just needs to keep that work, because he's got 6 rounds. He can't. I think what Lee Hallet's trying to do is gas him out before the 6th round and try and get him out of there. So he's applying the pressure now. As long as Arnie Dawson controls the tempo and, you know, keeps his composure, he'll be alright for the 6th round.
And that's another important point to make, Denzel, as well. We've talked about matchmaking in terms of who the opponent is, but also when to up the rounds. And, you know, in just his 3rd outing to go to 6-3s, that shows really what his confidence, isn't it, in his ability, his gas, how to because you're talking about managing a fight as well. That's not just a sprint, you know, 4-3s, go out, put it on him. It's you do have to manage it a bit more 6 rounds, and a lot of fighters won't do that until 7 or 8 bouts in.
No, you're right. A lot of people like to get their 4 rounders in and then think, but he's shown his confidence. He's sparring with a good level of opposition in the gym. He's sparring with Louis O'Doherty, who was the Southern Area champion right now, and he's a relentless fighter. So you know what I mean. So the pressure Lee Hallett's giving him now, he's testing him, but Arnie's had these tests in the gym. He just needs to get it out of him tonight.
And how important is this? And this may seem like a very obvious question, but we may have people joining who are not regular boxing fans who explain to us how important sparring is, and having different types of sparring, so heavyweights, lighter weights, different styles, especially at this stage when you might not know your opponent until a week out, so you don't know what style you're in against. How important is it?
Sparring is the most important thing in the sport right now. I mean, you could do all the workouts, you could do everything, you could do your runs, you could do your strength and everything, but the only thing that replicates a real fight is sparring. So you need that, and you need different styles. Like you said, you don't know what style you're getting in with. So the more you cover your back, the easier it will be for you in the night. The better level of opposition you're sparring with, when you get in there at this level, they're not as good as the people that you've been sparring with. You can't let that get to your head and make it overconfident, but it switches you on. So you need sparring. People that say they don't really spar too much, it makes me question their commitment in the sport. Sparring helps you with your condition, everything. I mean, you need it.
So much better as well if you've come against particular styles. And I know, obviously, in the amateurs, I mean, you get so many different styles, don't you? Because there's a lot of different nations that fight in the amateurs that don't necessarily tend to go pro, and it can be so different. I remember going to Kazakhstan for the first time on a training camp with GB, and just throwing shots from angles that I'd never experienced before, and I was like, how are they doing this? Screw shots from as they were switching the angle, and it's really important, isn't it? Because you just don't know what you're going to come up against.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody's schooled differently, especially different countries and different parts of the world. They're all schooled differently on how to compete or how to box, how to fight. So the more these people that you get in the ring with and spar with, the more you gain an experience that you missed out on maybe if you weren't an amateur, or you didn't get to that level as an amateur. So
utilising that jab really effectively there, Dawson.
Oh, good left hook.
Using it to keep the distance between him and Hallet, but Hallet just marauds forward again. Getting the leverage, winding up with those big shots. He's really throwing some leather at Dawson every opportunity he gets. He's certainly giving him a test, but he may even fancy this one, but he doesn't appear to have thrown Dawson too far off his stride. He has remained composed, Denzel, despite at times huge pressure and intensity from Hallet.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best sort of fight he could have got at this level, and he's showing that he's ready for it. He's showing that he's stepped up his game. This is only his third fight,
6 rounder, and in with a very experienced journeyman who, given the opportunity, will come at you. And really good work from him. And whilst we get the chance, of course, the voice of Denzel Bentley alongside me, former British champion, who you yourself have a huge fight coming up on the 11th of May against Danny Dignam. I mean, how's training going? How's camp? How's it going?
Yeah, everything's good. Everything's well. Do you know what I mean? Preparation. I'm preparing diligently. I'm ready. I feel nice and fit. I feel comfortable, and I'm excited about it. I mean, this is the fight that I'm excited about. It's not one of these fights where it's a comeback fight and I'm just like taking over on board. I'm excited about it. I'm focused. I'm locked in, and I can't wait to perform, man. I'm at that stage. I mean, even being here watching these fights is giving me itchy knuckles. I mean, I got 2 weeks, but I'm ready to go now.
Well, I can confirm there's no Haribo on the table on this occasion.
Yeah, not this time.
I don't tend to have it anyway, but most people who you do commentary with seem to bring bags and bags and bags of it. But even if I did do that, I wouldn't have done tonight, because I know what it's like to make weight, and it's just cruel. Yeah. Lee Hallet taking every single second he can. He literally does not get up from the stool until he absolutely has to, and that's another sign of that experience, as Dawson just flicking out that jab to try and find his range and using his feet more now, isn't he? I think he knows it's important that he can't allow Hallet in too close, just to let him work away, because suddenly those rounds are passing, Denzel, and you just can't afford to do that.
No, you can't, especially in the 6th rounder. Before you know it, it's done. He's got 2 more rounds, but I think in these last 3 rounds he's probably thinking to step up the pace a little bit more. He's using his feet a little bit more. He's been using that left hook really well as well. He missed there, but every time Hallet comes in, he comes in low. That right there again, he catches him with a left hook.
Difficult to hit clean as well, Hallet, isn't he?
He is.
Defensively, really astute. He's constantly dipping, changing the angles. makes it really difficult when you're punching down to catch him.
Yeah.
Dawson putting a good reverse 1-2 together though, catching Hallet there, and really good contest this one.
Yeah, I mean, to take this in his third fight, you've got to give him all the credit. He's boxing well, I believe. Kept his composure. He's not falling for, Lee Hallet's antics.
Yeah, a few antics there.
He's staying focused. It's a good sign, man. It's a good sign from a young professional.
He's giving him a bit of everything here, Hallet, and I think that is, exactly down to what you said, Denzel. It's showing respect for Dawson. Let's see what this kid has got, because he's thrown some heavy shots at him. He's backed him up, but he's also done, a few of these antics as well. He's really giving him a bit of everything. He'll learn more from this than he would from 10 4-rounders where
100%.
He's dominating.
100%. Or if Lee Hallet decided to just go backwards and try and frustrate him and make him miss. Lee Hallet is giving it to him. This is a real fight right now. It's not, prospect versus an away fight. This is a real fight.
He can't afford to switch off, because Hallet has just caught him with that backhand on a couple of occasions there. Dawson took it well, but again, I don't think this favours Dawson, this close quarters, Denzel. I think that is definitely in Hallet's favour. If he can make it at close range and rough him up a bit and get him, working on the inside, you feel that it's advantageous for Dawson to keep it at range.
Yeah. Dawson needs to keep it at range, but that was a good little left uppercut there from Dawson, and the right one. But at times it's going to get close, and Dawson needs to be able to hold his ground there at times and then get himself in position to keep that range again. So I think he's doing well. Lee Hallet's doing all the tricks there, just trying to bully him, use his man strength, put hand in his face. He's just trying to use his physicality against him now. Dawson just got to go back to using that jab from range, clipping him with those long shots, and I think he'll be all right.
Oh, goodness
good shot
me.
there in between there from Dawson.
Yeah, certainly was. You could feel that one. He's really loading up when he gets the chance. A little bit of river dance from Hallet to add to the showmanship. All part of it, of course. Dawson coming through these rounds well, though, because this is a very tough ask, Denzel, against a journeyman like Hallet, who's really skilled at what he does, really experienced, and 6 rounds as well. And he in his mind now will be thinking, I've not been here before.
Yeah, no, exactly. And this is where Hallet wants to take advantage. He wants to take advantage because he knows this is only his 3rd fight and he hasn't been here before. So he's going to take advantage and test his gas tank. And now it's time for Arnie Dawson to step up and show that he deserves to be here and he's ready for these type of fights, and this is the level that he wants to compete at and further.
Dawson looking really composed in the corner, taking instructions, and he'll be wanting to execute those instructions as best he can. Scheduled for 6 threes this, so into the penultimate round now. Hallet again taking every second he can of that rest period. It goes very quickly. You're taking on information, your gum shield out, gum shield back in, you're getting a spray down. There's all the noise and the lights. There's so much to take on board.
Lee Hallet's come out guns blazing. He
really has.
He hasn't let Dawson out of that corner.
Really good test this is for the youngster. Remember, he's just only 21 years old, Arnie Dawson. He's looking good at range, isn't he, Arnie Dawson? When he's just like this now, just adjusting his feet, keeping it at range. But when he allows Hallet into close range, he really loads up, doesn't he?
Yeah, Hallet loads up, and he's trying his best to knock him out. You can see it, but Arnie's doing well to keep his composure again. He's taking the centre. He just needs to stay at that range and not allow Lee Hallet to get inside as much, because that's where he wants to be.
How have you got this one?
You know what? I haven't really been scoring it. I've just been enjoying it, to be honest. But I do think Dawson has won majority of the rounds. Was it? Yeah, he probably just that last round where he probably let that last round slip. But yeah, other than that, I think he's comfortably in the lead.
This is much better work from Dawson in this phase of the 5th round, when he's kept it at range, kept adjusting his feet, kept that distance. When he keeps Hallet at bay, he looks really impressive. Hallet's best chance is when he can get up close and rough him up a little bit. Dawson won't want to get stuck in that corner. Much better from him as he works his way out with his feet there. Good footwork from Dawson to get himself out of trouble. He doesn't want to hold his feet too much, Denzel, and allow Hallet in, and him showing us now that he's got that movement and that fluidity, which is important.
Yep, he is.
In this kind of matchup, it's when he holds his feet and gets caught in the ropes or in the corner, that's when Hallet can really go to work on him.
Yeah, that's when he lets his work go. But Arnie Dawson's better from that distance. When he gets back to centre of the ring, every time he checks back out with that left hook to spin back round to centre of the ring, it's working for him. This is where he doesn't want to be. There we go. This is what he wants.
That's much better, turning him and making his way back to centre ring to allow himself to have that space behind him with which to just make those slight adjustments with his feet. Lovely work. He changed the angle to set that up beautifully. Really good work from Dawson. You feel that he's really started to come on more dominant now in this 5th round, Denzel.
Yeah. Maybe the longer round suited him more than it suited Lee Hallet, because he's finishing stronger. Or maybe Lee Hallet's just saving it all for the last round so he can just, come out all guns blazing.
That's a really good point, and I'm sure that Dawson's corner will be having a word at the break to tell him just be prepared, because he may come out like a bull in a china shop for this final round, because he might just fancy this one. Hallet, he's certainly invested himself heavily in those opening 4 rounds, put everything into it, backing Dawson up, loading up on the shots. His work rate, really you can't fault, and you never know, the referee may well have favoured that constant work rate of Lee Hallet. He's really sucking in the air in the corner here, which you would expect, because he's really invested a great deal into those rounds. Great composure, a lot of composure, from Dawson in his corner. Doesn't seem too troubled. He's taking a few more instructions on board. Looks very, very calm there though, Denzel, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks calm, he looks relaxed. He doesn't look like he feels like he's in trouble, or that he's finding it hard to do the rounds. I feel like he looks relaxed, and this might be his best round. Or it might need to be, because I think Lee Hallet's going to bring
Strap yourselves in. Lee Hallet may come out guns blazing. He may fancy this one. He does say that he's in fights where he feels like he could get the win. Will he feel in the mood for that tonight? Let's see. It seems to be the case as he comes marauding forward, applying more pressure to Dawson, letting his hands go as he walks in.
Good left hook there from Arnie.
Coming over the top from that low position as he dips and swings over. Hallet with those lefts and rights to the body and the head of Dawson.
Dawson using his feet well there, just stepping out and landing them shots. Just making, well, not there, but good right hand to
Hallet
the body.
continuing to hunt his man down, aiming to get him up against the ropes and then let his hands go. He's had success when he's done that. Dawson going to have to keep him off, using his feet, keeping it at range. Finds himself in a tangle again. These sap the energy, Denzel, don't they? Yeah, they don't look like much, but when it's frequent, especially in the final round, it can really be draining. As Dawson back at range again, where he looks effective. He's got fast hands when he's at range, and he can pick him off and put his combinations together well. Nice jab from him. Well timed uppercut there. Really good work from Dawson.
And left to the body.
That's exactly what he needs to be doing.
Good combination there, right uppercut, left hook there from Dawson.
Good work from Dawson. Throwing those combinations and then moving his feet.
He's handled these rounds really well.
Just like that, good work from Dawson. This has been the key for him in this one. He's had to take a lot of pressure from Hallet though, who continues to pose a threat. He's relentless into this final round, but Dawson handling it really well.
Still got to be careful though, because Hallet's coming with them big bombs.
Can't afford to switch off.
But he's handled these rounds really well. He hasn't fell to Lee Hallet's pressure. He's kept his composure. Whenever Lee Hallet's in close, he's been caught with a couple of shots, but he's kept his defence tight. Spins back round to the centre of the ring and gets back on his work. I'm impressed with this performance from him. It's only his 3rd fight. It's good work. 21 years of age.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, 21 years old, Arnie Dawson in the white shorts. This just his 3rd fight, and he's taken a 6-rounder against a really experienced journeyman in Lee Hallet, who is very skilled at what he does. He says he likes to give fighters a test. He's done just that for Dawson for almost every second of every round tonight.
Lovely movement there from Dawson.
Nice work from Dawson though, as he picks his man off and then moves his feet. Nice lateral movement to get himself out of trouble. Just misses with that lead hook, but back in with the backhand uppercut. Last few seconds now in this final 6th round as Dawson just flicks out that jab. That jab walks him onto a backhand and then moves his feet again.
Wow. What a fight, what a performance.
Really good work from Arnie Dawson, but what a performance from Lee Hallet as well, because you cannot have this sort of level of undercard if you're not going to have the away fighter who comes at you like that.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Superb effort from him.
And it only does the home fighters, it only benefits them, it only makes them better. He knows it's real now. He's
and
not
great for the fans as well, because
almost definitely.
We all know we've been to shows where you can get several where they're very predictable. You know from the first bell how it's going to go to the last bell. That one you didn't know. It kept you on the edge of your seat. It was intriguing. It had a bit of everything. So huge credit to Lee Hallet and to Arnie Dawson, who both put on a really, really cracking fight there for just our second bout, as Lee Hallet makes his way to the centre of the ring, arms aloft, lapping up the moment and making the most of it, and who can blame him? Good performance as he a little bit of shadow boxing for the camera. Both fighters making their way to the centre ring with the referee now, as we'll go for our official announcement for our MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, some appreciation for our two boxers. I'll ask the referee to bring both boxers to the centre of the ring. After 6 rounds of boxing, we are with the referee scorecard at ringside, ladies and gentlemen. Scoring the contest, 58 points to 56 points. Your winner. And still unbeaten, Arnie Dawson!
Well, he may well feel a little hard done by there, Lee Hallet, because he certainly had lots of success in a lot of those rounds there. He applied the pressure, really good performance for him, but Arnie Dawson, great work, and he showed that he could deal with that pressure and deal with it well, and showed his technical ability as well tonight.
Yeah, no, he did, and you know, that's why you got to give him credit. Kept his composure throughout the whole fight. The 6 rounds, you know, he didn't fade. He finished better than, you know, the last one was better than his first round, so you got to give him credit. Lee had done a great job putting that pressure on him and, you know, allowing him to, you know, figure out himself. But no, well done to Dawson.
Arnie, he certainly did. Well, Arnie's now ringside with Melissa.
Yeah, I feel good, to be fair. Good to get the 6 rounds in, and yeah, like I say, I've only done, that's my 3rd fight. I've had 2 4-rounders, but I stopped the second fella in the 2nd round, so it's good to get some rounds in. So yeah, good.
Obviously, first 6-rounder, as you mentioned, you know, does it feel different kind of going through those gears, those 2 extra rounds?
Yeah, to be honest, but in a good way, because I got to the end of round 4 and I thought I still had a lot left to give, and I'd have been a bit annoyed if it stopped there, because I didn't think I started as well as I can start, so I thought at least I've got another 2 rounds to show a little bit of something, do you know what I mean?
Lee Hallet, very experienced boxer. He was coming forward, unrelenting pressure. How did that feel?
Yeah, no, Lee's a tough fighter and he's boxed everyone coming up. I'm a little bit disappointed with the 58-56, but that's probably just a bit of the perfectionist in me, wanting to win all the rounds. I think, like I say, he's really tough, but when he's on top of me throwing shots, it doesn't mean that he's winning a round, but I've got a lot of respect for him. He's a good fighter, so yeah.
How did you handle that pressure? What was kind of the tactics going into that fight? Obviously, I'm sure you know a little bit about him. What was the strategy?
A shoulder roll and a little bit of footwork. But no, so yeah, I knew he was going to come forward. I just thought I knew I had to stick to my boxing, and behind a long jab, I'll be able to make him miss and make him pay. I didn't make him miss as much as I liked, but I was able to land my shots as he was coming in. I think that's what ultimately won me the fight, to be fair. So.
Obviously, I'm sure it's very, very different from your pro debut. 3 fights in now. What are those feelings when you're standing up at the top of the runway? What are some of the thoughts and feelings going through your head?
Oh no, I was buzzing, to be fair, but I had that little pre-fight promo thing, and the music they put with it weren't even my ring walk. That's why I was standing up there like a fucking sausage for a bit. But then I started finally walking down. But yeah, no, excited on the stage, to be fair. Yeah, felt good, excited.
You're 21 years old, super young. Where do you see yourself going in the sport?
Well, like I say, there's a lot of prospects coming up, and I know all these shows are filled with prospects, and I know every prospect is going to say the same thing, but I think I'm good enough, and I think I'm good enough for the big stage, do you know what I mean? And that's no discredit to these shows here. These shows are brilliant. But when you look at the TV shows, the shows like Frank Warren shows and the Eddie Hearn shows, I believe I'm good enough to get there. So I just got to keep chipping away, climbing through the ranks, beating tough fighters like Hallet, and then one day I might be as good as Denzel Bentley, do you know what I'm saying?
Shout out Denzel. Obviously it's April now, a few months left for this year. What are your plans?
Well, obviously I've got next month. I won't be boxing next month. I'm going on holiday next month, but I look to box again in June, and then see how I go. Like I say, I'll box again in June. If it was up to me, I'd box for a title tomorrow, or I'd box on a big show tomorrow, because some of these prospects I think I can beat, and I've got the beating of. But it's not up to me, and that's the good thing about the sport. I leave my career in the hands of my trainer Gareth and my manager Martin, so they can make the correct decisions for me going forwards. But if it was down to me, I'll be boxing anyone tomorrow, do you know what I mean? So, and beating them.
You've got a lot of support in the building tonight. Do you have a message for your fans?
Yeah, I'd like to thank everyone that came to support me and bought a ticket. It really means a lot, all of yous coming out. A big thank you to my sponsors, Delaney Property Groups and County Repair Centre. A big thank you to everyone at the Peacock Gym and the Seconds Out Gym. A massive thank you to my manager Martin and all of the Peacock boys. But a big thank you to my trainer Gareth for all the hard work he puts in the gym. So yeah, on to the next. I hope everyone keeps coming out for the next ones as well. And then one day, like I say, we'll be on the big screens on the telly. So
congratulations.
Cheers, thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, really good performance there from Arnie Dawson. Really good work. Even Denzel Bentley got a mention there, so fair play to him. Really good work from him, and he'll be pleased with that. Plenty to go back to the gym and work on, but obviously very ambitious, and he's ticked plenty of boxes there this evening. Right, we're about ready to get our third bout of the evening underway. Sean Robinson and Vasif Mammadov. Let's go for the official introductions to our MC, Vernon Ray.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are back live inside the ropes. If you just joined us, welcome along to the York Hall here in Bethnal Green for an evening of professional boxing, brought to you by TM14 Promotions in association with Dennis Hobson and FightZone. We are underway, bout number 3 on the way of a fantastic card that we have for you here tonight, going out live on FightZone. 6 rounds of boxing in the super welterweight division coming up for you next. Introducing to you first, making his way to the blue corner, let's hear it for Vasif Mammadov.
Russian born, but resides in Southampton. He's had 58 bouts. This is his 5th outing of the year, Vasif Mammadov. He's been stopped 7 times in his 50 losses. He's boxed the likes of Scotsman Aston Brown, Macaulay McGowan, so he's been in there with some good fighters.
And his opponent making his way to the red corner this evening. Let's hear it for Sean Robinson!
Sean Robinson making his way to the ring then. Really good reception for him, as you'd expect. Hails from London. He was last out in November 2022 against Sam Gilly. That was for the English title. He was down in the 6th but finished the fight. He'd had a year gap prior to that because he was waiting for a big fight. He'd just gone full time at that point. He's a clean boxer, doesn't tend to be scrappy, so should be in for a good performance from Robinson this evening.
On we go, ladies and
Yeah,
gents.
good pal of mine as well,
Time
Sean.
to
Known him for a very long
introduce
time.
the
You know, we
officials
turned
and the
pro
boxers.
around the same time
First,
together in the
on
same
the
gym.
bell, we have Steve
And
Peachy,
you know, he left
the
about a year
referee
ago.
and your scoring judge inside
And
the
yeah,
ropes,
no, we've been
Mark
friends for a long
Bates.
time and training with him for a long time.
Time
So it's really good to see him back out after the
introduce
Sam fight. You know, he had
both
some problems
the
coming up to that fight. He had some injuries and he's sorted now, I believe. And yeah, it's good, really good to see him back in the ring.
Boxing. Apologies, just been told it is a 4-round contest, not a 6, a 4-round contest. Time to introduce the two boxers. Introducing, see you first, boxing out of the blue corner this evening. He is on the scales this afternoon, 11 stone, 13 pounds and 6 ounces. He has the white trunks with the black banding along the bottom. From Southampton in Hampshire, by way of Bartel in Russia, ladies and gentlemen, Vasif Mammadov. And his opponent, faceman across the ring this evening, boxing out of the red corner, on the scales, 11 stone, 9 pound and 1 ounce. He has the black trunks with the silver trim and his initials blazoned across the waistband. He has 13 contests, 11 wins and just the 2 reverses on his card. He is from Ruislip inside London. Ladies and gentlemen, Sean Robinson!
Yeah, as I was saying, Sean Robinson back in the ring after a couple of years. You know, had a couple of injuries and yeah, you know, I want to see what he looks like now after assumingly sorted him out.
This is epitomises really the roller coaster journey that is professional boxing, doesn't it? I mean, his story, as I say, last out in November 2022 against Sam Gilly for that English title fight, down in the 6th, got back up, carried on, and this is his first time back out, and that just shows you can feel like you're just getting there, or maybe that you've even arrived at the point you want to be at, and then suddenly it can all be taken away and you have to almost rebuild. He's in against Russian-born Mammadov, he lives in Southampton now. I actually saw him in Liverpool, Linus, when I was there for Natasha Jonas's fight, working there, and it was an odd finish. He faced up-and-coming prospect Stephen Clark, and it was stopped when he turned his back, and it was one of those strange stoppages when we're all at ringside for a second wondering what had happened. But he's a sturdy opponent, 58 bouts, and this is 5th outing of this year, so he's active. So he's a good one for Sean Robinson to get back in against. I mean, you said that, you know, your friends, you know about him. Tell us a little bit about his journey to get back in the ring since that last fight in 2022 against Sam Gilly.
Yeah, we kind of got to go back a little bit further than that. You know, he had a few fights before that. You know, he really come on the scene really after he fought Stephen Donnelly in the
Ultimate Boxer.
Yeah.
Well, that's his only other loss, isn't it? And that, for Ultimate Boxer, for people who aren't sure what that is, that's a tournament style, and it was just 3 threes, so they could potentially box a number of fights in one night. It was very unlike anything else in professional boxing, so arguably doesn't count as a loss as another fight would, but still, you're quite right, that was his only other loss. And then he had that full year gap, didn't he, while he was waiting for a big fight, and then got it, and you know, well, we know how it turned out, as I say, down in the 6th, but came back up and finished the fight. So a good performance from him. Yeah,
it was a great performance. You know, I just would have wanted to see. You know how this game goes. You know, it would have been this if it wasn't for the injuries and things like that. And you know, he came back into the gym. He started to work things out, and you know, he moved on. He moved on to another trainer. I think it was more convenient for him. And and I just, you know, I wish him nothing but the best. But
having had this gap, then, what would be the most important thing that you would want for him tonight? Is it getting the rounds in? Is it just getting back in there? What's the most important thing? A
combination of all of it. Don't make too many mistakes. Get composed. You know what I mean? Just box really well and show what you can do. Don't rush for a stoppage. You know, he's not really the hardest hitter. But you know, don't rush anything and just kind of get the rounds in. I think the rounds are really important.
So that's why they will have probably matched him with Mammadov, who is likely to give him those rounds. As I say, 58 bouts and his 5th outing this year, so he's active. he's fit, he can do the rounds, and that's exactly what Sean Robinson will be looking for tonight. As Linus says, this is about getting those rounds under the belt, getting the gas back in the tank. And this first round, it'll be tentative, won't it? Because when you've not been in there for a while, it's getting used to those nerves again, and fight week and the preparation. It's all of it in its entirety, not just the 12 minutes or however many minutes you're in there, no matter what rounds you're doing. It's the fight week build-up and all of that, isn't it?
Yeah, you know what it is. It's doing what you have done for so many years, but because you haven't been in the ring for a long time, it feels new again, and all of a sudden you get back in, and you know what I mean, all the nerves go. But yeah, you know as well as I do, the fight week preparation after you've been out for a long time.
When you've had a gap, you're just glad to get that first round out of the way.
That is it.
Open your lungs.
Yeah,
get the nerves out of the way. It's really important, and it looks like he's done that. He didn't take any risks. He was steady. He kept the pace. You know, he did what he needed to do, and maybe he can kick on from here now. Yeah,
fantastic. Yeah, you know, I mean, he looked good. He didn't look tentative. He didn't look nervous. He kind of just looked like, you know, he's back in the ring now. To be fair, he looked exactly like how he looked before. So, you know, how I've seen him anyway. So I'm glad to see that. I'm glad to see there's not any obvious rust. You know what I mean? I think he just needs to find his time in, and you know what I mean, we're back into full flow.
And the margins can be so very fine if you've had time out of the ring. Just that little second of timing can make all the difference between landing or indeed taking that big shot. Nice backhand from him there, just made Mammadov take a little step back.
And I agree with you. This, you know, Mammadov is the right kind of fight for him. He, you know, I mean, he needs the rounds. He needs someone that's going to push him. That's not going to make, you know, not just going to walk in and lay down. You know, he needs kind of a bit of a test. You know what I mean, coming back, because he is. I reckon he is that level. He's English and above. And you know, it's good that he's back in the ring now. In my opinion, it's good that he needed to get back in the ring and, you know, get things full flow. You know, inactivity kills fighters. So
putting a few good combinations together here, Mammadov, that's giving Robinson plenty to think about defensively, at least, as he just triples up on that jab, does Robinson. Went a bit flat-footed there. He's off balance and just gave him a little shove. Back underway now, though. Good work at range from Robinson. It'll be really important for him just to have that experience of making weight again, getting through fight week, dealing with the nerves of the occasion, having not done it for, and getting back into that mindset as well, because at the end of the day, you know, it's any sports person's going to feel those nerves and that adrenaline, but you are, after all, going into a fight, so you've got to have that mentality to be prepared to bite down on your gum shield if you need to, and really dig in. It's unlike other sports in that respect, isn't it? And having that mindset going into a fight is really important, especially when you've not had to do that for a while.
Yeah, 100%. Getting, you know what I mean, it's not just, you know, getting your body back in shape to get back in the ring after a while. It's getting your whole ethos, getting your whole.
Sometimes it isn't routine there for fighters. I'm not saying that's the case with Sean, and it absolutely won't be. But for some fighters, when they have had a break for whatever reason, whether that's because they felt they needed one, or it's through injury or different changes, as he just nearly flies through the ring. I'm glad the ropes are there, Linus, because
I saw my life flash before. I was like,
I'm really glad those ropes are there.
Great left hook, great check hook from Sean.
Ropes around a boxing ring were a great invention. Thank you for whoever came up with that, because it just saved the three of us from probably a headbutt. But anyway, as we were saying, yeah, really important to just get these rounds under his belt. And, Mammadov is not making it an easy night for him, is he?
No. And you know, some fighters, like you said earlier, about, you know, getting your body back into the routine. Your mind might not be back in the routine, but fights like this can actually turn it around for you. You know what I mean? Get you kick-starting your career. You know what I mean? Fights like this are very important.
And sometimes you need to know, don't you? I'm not saying that's the case for Robinson, but when there's been an extended gap, some fighters, when they come back, it's just not there. And once they get that test, they know it just isn't within them to dig in, and that's when they know maybe it's not for them anymore and they go in a different direction. Who knows? But likewise, you can dig in and you go, it's absolutely still there. I still love the sport. I still want to get back to that level. And that, as you say, he's been at English title level. He challenged Sam Gilly for it, who's gone on to do plenty of other things since. Of course, Sam Gilly will have watched that thinking, I was in there with him just a couple of years ago. I was at that level. And so this will be about rebuilding to get back to that level.
Yeah, and I believe Sean is at that level. But like you said, you have to be sure, you have to check. And fights like this are exactly that box that you need to tick off before you get back into title level, and that's why I believe Sean should be residing, and a fight like this is very important for him.
Just a quick reminder that top of the bill tonight, Joel Bartel and Omer Rodriguez. We've also got Sonny Hardy on, really popular fighter in this neck of the woods, Sonny Boy Hardy. So plenty to look forward to as we enter.
Yeah, Joey Bartel always in a good fight, always in a good fight. There's some possible fight news against him and another young up-and-coming, exciting fighter as well. I won't say too many names, but look out for Joe. I vouch for him. I think he's a very good fighter. He's very fan-friendly, and he's always in a good fight.
Certainly is. So we're into the third round. This scheduled for 4 threes, and he'll just want to test himself a little bit. You would expect Sean Robinson. It'll be interesting to see what he says to Melissa after this one at ringside, because presumably this will also be about getting the rounds in, but also going through those gears and just testing his own gas as well, because it's one thing getting through the rounds, he wants to go back to English level, so he doesn't just want to get through rounds, he wants to be able to put his foot on the gas and have that gear when he needs it.
100%. Again, this is the fight for that. This is the fight where he can kind of test some things out. Mammadov is very, very, very terrifying, if I'm honest with you. He's not here to just lay down, but yeah, this kind of fight kind of puts Sean through his paces and kind of lets him work as well and kind of express where he is, and see what level he is and what level he can get back to.
He's certainly a good test, Mammadov, and he does have that look about him, doesn't he, that suggests he probably is a boxer. That face has certainly seen a few fights, hasn't it? That's for sure. But as he loads up with a couple of lead hand hooks to the body, Robinson just was able to absorb those, though, as they end up in a little bit of a tangle here in the third round.
Yeah, Mammadov isn't making his night easy at all. Sean's working behind the jab really well, and Mammadov's just throwing him around a little bit and kind of really making this difficult for him. Just want to see Sean, kind of get back to his boxing and not try to mix it up with Mammadov. Just kind of want to see him get back in behind his jab like I know he can.
Took a big jab there, which rocked back the head of Robinson. Just need to stay a little bit switched on as he forces him back to the ropes and finishes with the backhand as Mammadov throws a few big shots of his own. Good scrap this one at times when they sort of get into close quarters. It's there's certainly a bit of intensity to these exchanges.
Yeah, 100%. I think Robinson just needs to kind of get back on his jab. He's fighting Mammadov's fight here, where every time he kind of mixes up with him and tries to go in the inside and exchange, he kind of puts himself in a lot of danger here.
So while we've got a break here, Linus, how are things going for you? You've had a sort of an up and down time yourself, haven't you? Which again is part of the sport. I mean, how are things going for you at the minute? And have you got anything sort of coming up that you can tell us?
Nothing that I can actually tell you. I can't. It will alert a lot of people, and I can't really afford that. But boxing. It goes. You're one big fight away. You're one win away from absolutely being the man, number one, and you're the one loss away from being in no man's land. Who needs him, club? And that's where I feel like I am. After the Bentley fight, the man over there. After the Bentley fight,
fault. It's Denzel's fault.
It is Denzel's fault. If I had got my hand raised against Denzel, I would have been the man.
He's got a lot to answer for.
I would have whacked up Heaney. I'm not gonna.
We might have another fight for you to watch here at ringside, but don't worry, me and Melissa will keep them apart as we head to the fourth and final round here for Sean Robinson. And how impressed are you with what you've seen here, given the long layoff he's had and the man in front of him. 5th outing this year, so he's been active, he's been busy, he's been on big stages as well. As I say, at Liverpool, a packed house on the Natasha Jonas undercard. So, he's game, isn't he?
Yeah.
What do you make of Robinson's performance tonight so far?
He started the first couple of rounds really good. He started them really well, and I feel like in the last couple of rounds, the last 2 rounds, he's kind of falling into Mammadov's fight here. I just want to see him get more back on his jab here. He's kind of falling into he's getting drawn into a fight that isn't really suiting his style. We used to call him Sean Featherfist Robinson, so I don't think he's going to get Mammadov out of here.
Linus is not making any friends here at ringside tonight. Quite the opposite. We will give Denzel the right to reply. He'll be back on comms in a minute, and we'll give him his chance to have his say. Don't worry about that. A couple of minutes remaining in this final round, and will really be interesting to see what Sean Robinson, should he win, of course, have to say to Melissa at ringside about how he's felt in there tonight, and obviously what his plans are now. Is back rebuilding. I'm sure that he's going to say he wants to be back at the level he was at last time out, so may feel like a long road at the minute, but you've got to take those first steps, and that, you would have to say, is what he's doing this evening.
Yeah, he's back in. He hasn't, hasn't fought in near enough 2 years, and he's not in with an easy opponent, and it's just good to shake tonight off. No matter what happens, just shake tonight off and get back into title position.
I think he's blooded the nose of Mammadov as well. There's a little bit of blood coming from his, I think, is from his nose. So he's obviously caught him there, perhaps with that backhand he landed earlier. Just misses with it that time though. And that's the difference sometimes. Just that timing and that range that isn't quite there when you've been out of the ring for some time. You can have all the sparring you want, and it does help, and it is important. But there's nothing like fight night. And when you've been out for a while, it can take just a few rounds to get back. But these will have done the world of good for Sean Robinson.
Yeah, no, 100%. He needed these rounds just to get his timing back, to get his range, and just getting back into the ring, just a pedantry, getting back into the ring. And this has been good for him, no matter what happens.
Just making sure he's not getting involved with anything. I was just going to say anything too silly, and then it got a little bit silly in the corner, but back at range now. And he does fall out of the ring that time. Well, I'm glad that didn't happen when it was on this side, because he was coming at us like an absolute bullet in that second round, and I'm really thankful that the rope stopped him, because it would not have ended well for any of us here at ringside, because he came very close to taking us out. A little bit of a joke in the corner there from Mammadov, who took a little joke swing at his coach and actually nearly flattened him. I don't think he's one of those who can toy fight, can he?
And Mammadov kind of trying to stomp himself as the man here, throwing Sean out of the ring. You know what? It's a good fight that Sean come back into. This is what we're in here for. That's going to happen at some point. He's experienced everything tonight. He hasn't had it easy. He hasn't just come in and kind of just got the cobwebs off. He's had to earn it. So I think that was really good for Sean. It's the kind of fight that he needed, especially if he wants to get back into title contention, which again I believe he belongs at.
It certainly was. Well, both fighters making their way to the ring, and he's just taking it a moment. Robinson may just have took a bit of a knock as he flew out of the ring, but both fighters at the centre ring with the referee now, so let's get the official announcement from your MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go again to the referee's scorecard in this contest, and after 4 rounds of boxing in this super welterweight contest, the referee scored it 40 points to 36 points, and your winner, Sean Robinson!
Featherfist does it again.
He does. Nice show of respect between both fighters, because Mammadov gave him plenty to think about there. All the antics, even seemed to shove him out of the ring towards the end in bizarre fashion, but There we go, a little bit of everything for Sean Robinson to deal with there, and deal with it he did. He's got the rounds under his belt, he's back in there, he's back on track. Let's find out what he is hoping to achieve from here, as he's just gradually making his way to ringside. He's definitely gone the long way round, but he's making his way to ringside now. And maybe he's been out of the ring that long that he forgets that you do a ringside interview afterwards.
Yeah, look. Yeah, he's completely forgotten. He's completely forgotten. Sure.
I think he may have sort of taken a knock, I think, when he fell out of the ring, but he just seems to be trying to stretch something off that might just have pulled a little bit. But he has now made his way to ringside, and he'll now be chatting with Melissa.
Sean, comeback fight, how are you feeling?
I felt very tired. Obviously, thank you to everyone that come to watch me. It's been a year and a half out of the ring, so I put on quite a lot of weight. I really felt fatigued in there, but that it was a good fight to come back again, and thanks to everyone that come. Thanks to TM14 for having me on here. I'm not happy with my performance, but I only can get better from that.
Obviously, your opponent is a really, really experienced, very active boxer. Those were 4 good learning rounds.
Yeah.
Why are you unhappy with your performance?
I just felt so tired. Like I said, maybe just losing a bit too much weight. I just didn't show anything that what I can do, but to win. So I take the positive. But yeah, I can tell I need to change so much, like work on things.
Obviously, you were last out at the end of 2022. It's been quite a while. When can we expect to see you back out? Are you hoping to be quite active?
Yeah, I need to get out again, another 4 or 6 rounder. I think everyone can see I'm very rusty. But yeah, like I said, I keep saying it. Thank you to everyone that spent their money to come watch me. I appreciate it a lot, so thank you.
Welcome back, and hopefully see you soon.
Thank you, cheers.
Well, a very tired Sean Robinson, understandably chatting to Melissa at ringside there, and it really is tough when you've been out of the ring for a long period, as he has, nearly 2 years, and he was in against an opponent that pushed him as well. So when you put those 2 factors together, he really was tested tonight, and that will have done him the world of good, although he's not feeling too much like that at the minute, because sometimes you can be overly critical of your own performance. But of course, when he steps back from this and puts it into context of the time he's been out of the ring, and that tonight really was just about getting those rounds under the belt, and he was in with a tricky opponent, I'm sure he'll reflect on that and be glad to have got those rounds under his belt and start rebuilding from there. Good performance from Sean Robinson overall. It really is tough when you've had a break.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Do you know what I mean? When he goes home and puts it in the car, he might be beating himself up now, which he definitely is. If I know him, he's definitely...
I think you've had that build-up as well, though, haven't you? And you're desperate to get back in there, put on a good performance, show everybody you've still got what it takes, show yourself. And if you feel like you fall even a little bit short of that, you can be annoyed. But you've got to take the context, haven't you, that he's had a long layoff. And
100%.
You know, it's difficult getting back in there.
He's visualised this night for ages. He's visualised this night for a long time. And, you know what I mean, he just wants to get back in, and he just wanted to show it. And in my opinion, it's exactly the right fight for him. You put it in the context. It's the right fight for him. It's a great fight for him.
Exactly, it can build from here. We've got Finlay James and Ronaldo Durst coming up next in our 4th bout of the evening. Let's get our official introductions from your MC, Vernon Ray.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, on we go this evening. On our way, bout number 4. An evening of professional boxing brought to you this evening here at York Hall in Bethnal Green by TM14 Promotions in association with Dennis Hobson and FightZone. We are live tonight on FightZone. If you're joining us on the pay-per-view, it's great to have your company. Enjoy the action as we are here. We move on. 4 rounds of boxing in the welterweight division. Up next. Introducing to you first, making his way to the blue corner, ladies and gentlemen, Ronaldo Durst.
Making his way to the ring, the Lithuanian, 26 years old. Ronaldo Durst, this is his second outing. Got the win on points on his debut. That was in Estonia against Konstantin Uskov. Let's see what he can bring tonight here at York Hall.
And his opponent, making his way to the ring for only the second time as a professional boxer, an unbeaten professional boxer. Boxing out of the red corner, ladies and gents, let's make him welcome Finley James.
Well, he's known as the captain, the 21-year-old from West Ham, Finley James. This just his second outing, and he did seem to really enjoy his debut. Made a confident ring walk, and that was back in November. A points win, 4-rounder. Likes to express himself, free-flowing movement. He says he sees boxing more as a dance than a fight. Let's see what he has in store for us this evening.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen,
under the
time to
patronage
introduce
of
the
Mark
officials
Tibbs,
and
you know, so he's in very good hands.
Bout number 4. Ringside on the bell is our timekeeper, Stephen Pucci. Our ref and scoring judge inside the ropes, A-star referee Mr. Lee Every. Time to introduce both the boxers in this 4-round contest in the welterweight division. Firstly, boxing out of the blue corner this evening, on the scales this afternoon, 10 stone, 13 pounds and 7 ounces. He has the all-white trunks with the black banding. Originating from Lithuania, ladies and gentlemen, Ronaldo Durst. And his opponent, facing across the ring, boxing out of the red corner. On the scales this afternoon, 10 stone, 10 pounds and 7 ounces. Wearing the claret shorts with the white trimming. An unbeaten boxer, making his second appearance inside the professional ropes. 1 contest, 1 win, nothing in the reverse. From West Ham, right here in London, he is Finley, the captain, James. Boxers, United at stake. Let's have a good one, go boys.
So Finley James, just his second contest this one for the 21-year-old from West Ham. The captain, as he's known, he's in the burgundy shorts, as you would guess, being a West Ham fan, and he's in against Ronaldo Durst in the white and black shorts, fighting out of the blue corner. The Lithuanian in only his second outing as well, and it's rare that you get this, Linus, 2 fighters in just their second outings, but he does like to express himself, Finley James, and he did that on his debut. He was really, really confident. He dominated, great ringmanship, and showed, you know, everything that's in his repertoire, which was good to see. And as I say, he does say that to him boxing is more of a dance than a fight, so he needs to be able to express himself in that free-flowing manner, which he says, you know, Mark and Jimmy Tibbs encourage and allow him to be himself.
Yeah, you can see how he moves, you know what I mean? He's got the whole flow, you know what I mean? He flows really well, you see he moves really well. And yeah, I understand what you're saying. Boxing's more of a dance, and I believe the same thing.
He tends to box out of that wide stance, doesn't he? And he can be flashy. He's got a few flashy tricks up his sleeve to some crowd-pleasing moves, but that wide base he has allows him just to launch his attacks, and he can be a twitchy fighter at times, Linus, can he? Which makes it difficult to know when he's going to come at you.
It's a lot of movement from him, there's a lot of movement. It's hard to time him.
It's very reactive as well. He's just looking for those gaps all the time, as Durst just coming towards him with a tight guard. Not too much coming from him just yet. He's of course got the problem of him being a southpaw, which if it's only his second outing, then he might not be too familiar with that either, and takes a couple of decent shots there from the captain.
Yeah, he's closing. He's making the ring very small, the Lithuanian, but he's walking into punches.
And as I say, he did get the win in his opening fight out in Estonia, the Lithuanian, as he switches his stance just momentarily, but then back to orthodox.
Both fighters undefeated here, 1-0.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. He looks pretty game, the Lithuanian, doesn't he? He's taking it to him. Might see this as an opportunity for himself over here in the UK.
Oh, 100%. And it is an opportunity. It's an opportunity to fight back here. Oh, just not hearing the referee call time on that. Shot.
Seems to have come in more into it in the latter part of this round, Ronaldo Durst. You know, as he's warmed to the task, he seemed to be throwing a little bit more frequently at Finlay James, but he's keeping him at range, James, and changing the angles. And what do you make of his first round so far?
Yeah, very, very nice, very good. You know, he's moving very well. It just worries me. You know, it worries me because his opponent is walking forward with a very high guard and very good head movement, and I just feel like, you know, what he's looking for is something over the top, and as long as Finlay stays away from that, this will be a great night for him.
It looks like he's a comfortable switch hitter as well, because he switched a couple of times, and once just momentarily in that open round, but he sort of sustained it then for the latter part of that one. So that's perhaps something in his locker as well that Finlay's going to have to be mindful of.
Yeah, you know, only time will tell, but you know, he doesn't look like anything that Finlay's doing is bothering him too much. He's just kind of trying to find his range as Finlay's trying to find his range on the back foot.
Well, interestingly, he was talking about training under the Tibbs and said it's a really intense environment, but it feels like it brings the best out in him. And he had a good amateur career, always been naturally athletic, and he had a really long time between the amateur and pro transition, in that he was in the gym for 2 years, Linus, working away, just grafting and grafting. He wasn't boxing as an amateur and didn't have his pro license yet either. He was just working hard, and he feels that really helped his transition.
Oh, 100% it does, because you know, while you are in that transition and you're working hard with other pros that have been here. You're a sponge soaking up all that knowledge that people that have been at Southern area, English, British, you know, European, maybe even world. I mean, you're soaking up all the knowledge from all these guys, so you actually go into the ring better equipped than a lot of people in your position. Oh, I think there's a clash of heads there. Lithuanian coming out absolutely swinging. Finlay's done well to keep out of the way of it, and back on his jab here.
Yeah, Ronaldo Durst is certainly no stranger to coming forward. He's almost stalking Finlay constantly.
Yeah, making that ring incredibly small, but Finlay's doing really well keeping him on the end of his jab.
And he applies that type of pressure that is continuous even without throwing, and there has been a cut sustained to Durst's head there. It looks like the top of his head.
Yeah, I think
a little bit of blood coming from that. The ref just having a quick look at it, but not causing him any problem, because it won't be affecting his vision, Linus. So it's
back to,
but these ones, when they're on the top of the head, they can look really messy, can't they? Because they can pour profusely, and if they continue to be hit, it could be in for a messy affair in this one.
And yeah, you know, I think that came from a clash of heads.
That can happen, can't it, with Southpaw and Orthodox? They both step together.
Yeah.
They can, I mean, it can happen anyway, but it tends to be more problematic, as he has adopted the Southpaw stance now himself, Ronaldo Durst. So the corner will have a bit of work to do on that cut just to stem it in the next round.
Yeah, no, he's doing really well. I think that cut is in a really bad place, because it does run a risk of running straight into his eyes as he goes back to Southpaw here. But you know, and he goes back to orthodox here, gets caught by a southpaw backhand from Finlay. But he's not making this an easy fight for Finlay. He's kind of keeping him on his toes. He's right in front of him. He's making that ring very small, and Finlay's dealing with it really well off that southpaw jab.
He should suit Finlay in some ways, Linus, because he likes to express himself and he likes to be free flowing. When somebody's coming at you in the way that Durst is, it allows you to do that and show that movement, doesn't it?
Yeah, 100%. And you know, it's just it's you know, obviously every fighter just wants to kind of have a perfect kind of situation where the fighter stands in front of you and lets you do what you want. But you know, I feel like this Durst does really complement Finlay in his boxing ability.
Just looking for the openings, Finlay James there, and he was pinpoint precision there with that backhand that he was able just to see the opening and seize on it. Just settled there for a moment, but then took off again. He's wild with those swings, isn't he? Almost reckless at times, the Lithuanian, but it does make it really difficult to defend against and set yourself.
Yeah, 100%. Ref just warning him for hitting behind the back of the head and hitting while the referee's called a break.
A stern word from the referee. He said this is your final word here. He made no bones about that. He made it very, very clear what he expects from Ronaldo Durst as he makes his way back to the corner, and the corner will get to work really quickly on that cut because it could become problematic if it obscures his vision. At the moment it doesn't appear to be doing, but they go straight to work on it. The ref just coming over to have a quick check. He seems reasonably happy. A little bit of work going on to the right eye of Finlay James as well, so the pair of them been a little bit roughed up so far in this one, but mostly from those head clashes as well as the punches that have gone in.
Yeah, the funny thing about head clashes, only one person ever suffers, you know, from one, and it seems that is Durst that's really suffered from that head clash. But yeah, that was definitely a head clash. There was no punch that caused that. And I wonder if the ref telling him off is going to deter him from actually fighting the way he's been fighting.
Well, he's kind of, I mean, he is reckless because those are wild swings he's throwing when he comes forward, but sometimes they are paying off for him, and it's a little bit like a lottery, isn't it? That, you know, one of them's gonna land at some point, but you leave yourself very open and vulnerable to take your shots, especially against somebody who's so precise. He's a skilled operator, Finlay James, and you just feel that if Durst continues to maraud forward in the way that he is, Finlay James will just time one of those shots and he'll walk onto it.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, I mean, there's always that risk.
He's looking for it all the time, isn't he, Finlay James? You can tell he's trying to get the measure of him, looking him up and down, just reading those little movements to find those openings and capitalise on them.
And Durst isn't really making this, like I said, he's making the ring very small. He's not really giving Finlay any time to do anything, and he just hit there after the referee called break again. I think he's on a very thin rope here with the ref. Durst batted the jab.
Good work with the jab there from Finlay James. Really nice work from him, and this will be good for him in the sense that he is being drawn at times into a bit of a brawl, and he's going to have to show that he can handle that, and so far he is.
Yeah, he's dealing really well with Durst switching stance every given opportunity. He's doing really well with it. He's really dealing with it well, and he's staying hyper focused here, Finlay.
He's just waiting right on the end of range, isn't he, the Lithuanian? Just waiting to throw himself forward, and when he does, wild swings, puts everything into them. So he's just got to stay on his game and stay switched on, Finlay James, but using his boxing ability well here, and that's what he needs to do. No benefit to him getting involved in a brawl.
Yeah, absolutely
He's
not.
the superior fighter, and he just needs to show that, which he has done.
Yeah, I mean, his footwork's very good, his counter punch is very good.
Nice backhand then from James, and another. Works to the body as well. This is good work from James in this round.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't tire, I don't think he really have a problem here, Finlay. As long as he keeps on his jab and the back foot, he can't just, he can't just fight, he can't just move, and that won't be a problem. He's got to get on his jab, he's got to deter Durst from coming in like he is right now.
And also like set his rhythm, because he launches himself into an attack. There's no sort of setup or gradual build up, is there? He just launches into it. So if he can continue to stick out that jab and time those backhands accurately, he'll stop that momentum.
Yeah, well, at the same time, Durst is really coming in. You say it's wild, but he's right in front of Finlay. He's never not right in front of him. He never really falls out of position. He's right in front of him. He doesn't really give him any space. Yeah, he doesn't really give him any space, and that's actually his killing itself. It's like right now, look, he's right in front of him. He doesn't really give him anywhere to go. He makes the ring really small. Good combination from Finlay there. Durst returns. This is where Finley doesn't want to be. He doesn't really want to mix it up. He needs to get out, get back on his jab, hold the centre and move his feet really well, like he has been doing. He doesn't want to get involved because look, we just saw a snippet of what could happen if he gets involved. It could really start to shift.
He certainly poses a threat, does Ronaldas Durst, as they go to work again on that cut. They did a really good job of stemming that though, because it didn't appear to open up too much in that third round. But a good round again for Finley James. He's dealt well and handled well all of the pressure that Durst has applied on him, and this is really important for a good small hall show, Linus, isn't it, that you get these good competitive bouts throughout the evening, because as I say, if they're all predictable home and away fighters, it can get a little bit tedious. But we've had really competitive fights here and something different on show in every single fight so far.
You know, I've done a lot of these shows. When I say these shows, I mean TM14. I've done a lot of their shows, and I tell you now, no show I've ever been at has been a mismatch. Every single fight and every show has been a great fight because they've been matched very well and very equally. And you know, that's why these shows are shooting off like this. You know, this is great for small hall. This is great for the fighters' development. And I really applaud the matchmakers at TM14.
Yeah, really, really good job by the promoters and the matchmakers here, and hope you're enjoying this action on Fight Zone, because all competitive bouts so far and really enjoyable for the fans here at York Hall and for you watching at home. And thank you for joining us as the Lithuanian goes straight in with those wild swings again, just hoping to catch Finley James with one of them. He's certainly not here just to get James through the rounds. If he can catch him, he absolutely will, and he's making that his main endeavour when he gets the opportunity.
Yep, and yeah, he's not really
continues to walk him down. When he gets in range, he lets his hands go. Yeah, unable to trade with James at range, because that's of course his advantage, as we see here, is he doubles up on those jabs. Yeah. But when he gets in close, Durst, he is dangerous.
You can see, you know, Durst is really pressing the pace now. Finley's starting to feel it.
He's a tough fighter, isn't he, Durst?
Yeah, he really doesn't want to lose that O.
Yeah, he got his first win, his debut as a pro in Estonia against Konstantin Yuskov, and fancies his chances here because he's really had a good go at Finley James. Every time he's had the chance, as he backs him up to the ropes again. He's able to switch stance as well. Makes it difficult for James. He's having to constantly deal with that orthodox and then southpaw switch stance from the Lithuanian.
Yeah, and you know, he's been like that all night. Lithuanian hasn't really changed up. He's, you know what I mean, he's been on his case. He hasn't really made this easy. And yeah, no, this is a really good fight. You know what I mean? It's another credit to the matchmaking.
Less than a minute to go in this fourth and final round. And again, plenty for fans in here to entertain them, because they've certainly been intriguing fights so far, where there's been the element of competition and jeopardy. And all of these home fights has been tested in a different way, and they've all come through so far. Can Finley James be the next one to get a W on his CV?
The thing is with this fight, in most of the fights so far, there's always that air of unpredictability.
It's a tough one as well, though, isn't it, in just his second fight, Linus? I mean, this is no pushover and a little bit of an unknown entity, really, because he's only had one fight himself.
Yeah, 100%. And like I said, this is a testament to the matchmaking, because this is why the fights are
final
so good.
Few seconds now, and he really ups the intensity, does Durst, as he goes to work on the inside. Finley James just able to tie him up and see the round out, and a good performance from James there. A really, really good test.
Yeah.
Remembering this is just his second bout, and I think
100%.
Taking this opponent just shows the belief that Tibbs has in him.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, Finley come out of that. You know, he's a bit battered and bruised, as you can see in his corner. He's getting the ice pack on that eye. But you know, I think that was a really good test for him. That was something he needs at this point in his career. It's a bit early, but again, really good fight to see. How have you got this? How have you got this?
I'll tell you what, I'm giving all the points tonight to the DJ. Absolutely superb job, particularly in between fights. Done a very, very good job. But we're just waiting for the fan announcement. Both fighters getting plenty of treatment in the corner, because they were a little bit banged up there, so the doctors understandably just taking a little bit of extra time to make sure that those cuts and various things are taken care of and nothing to worry too much about. So Finlay James just been being checked over by the doctor as they're applying a bit of ice to that eye, which will probably start to swell now after that clash of heads. You can see a lump above his, or a rather sizable lump above his right eye, so the doctor just checking that out. But we'll get our official announcement now from your MC this evening, Vernon Ray.
Ladies and gentlemen, some appreciation please for both of our boxers. After 4 rounds of boxing, we are with the referee's scorecard, scoring the contest 39 points to 37 points. And your winner, and still unbeaten, Finlay James!
Well, it looks like he's been in a fight, that's for sure, thanks to that huge lump above his eye, which you'll be able to see more closely when he's chatting to Melissa ringside. But he'll know he's been in a fight anyway, because that wasn't a 40-36, and rightly so.
Yeah.
Because he really put it on him there, didn't he, Durst? He really gave him a fight.
Yeah, 100%. He came out, he did not want to lose his own, he stuck it on Finlay. But you know what, fair play, Finlay did well, he did exactly what he had to do. You know, I'm not sure how that would have gone over 6 rounds, but it wasn't. I think, you know, that was the perfect fight for Finlay. I think that was good matchmaking, and that will propel him so much further. Do you know what I mean? A fight like that is exactly what someone at his age needs right now.
Yeah, really, really good fight from him. He came through well, and as we say, it's about ticking the boxes at this stage, and he's just his second fight. He's certainly done that. He's ringside now with Melissa.
Finlay, second pro fight. How are you feeling after that?
Oh, I feel a lot better now it's done, but I'll tell you one thing for sure. No one fights a man like that in their second fight. I come out here, I do the business. I hope everyone gets their notepad out and their pen. They write down a couple notes and they learn from that one.
I love the confidence, it's really good. Let's just run it back to when you were standing up there. It really looks like you were taking in the atmosphere, really enjoying the moment. Is that right?
Yeah, of course, you got to every time. You never know when it's going to be your last, especially in this game. It's volatile. Might be your first, might be your last tomorrow. So every time I get an opportunity, I'm going to make it my own.
Do you think that you enjoy it just ever so slightly more because of how much experience you have in the amateurs? Your record was really impressive. I think it's like 50-10, 50 wins to 10 losses. Do you think that means that now that you're in the pro ranks, you enjoy it more?
Yeah, look, I've been boxing since I was 8 years old. This is all I know. I dropped out of school early. I've dedicated my life to this. I train every day around fighters that are a lot better than me. I surround myself with great people and they bring me on every day. So these moments are like gold dust.
You're under the tutelage of Mark Tibbs. What was the kind of thing that he was saying to you in the corner?
He was just saying, keep it calm, keep it cute, keep it professional. And that's what I'm trying to do, you know. I took a cut early on. He's a tough, durable guy. He ain't coming here to lay over and let me win. He's coming swinging, as you can see. He's coming to give me a fight. And like I say, no one in their second fight gets to experience that. Most of these boys just get someone that wants to let them turn them over. You see that guy in there, he don't want to let me win. So I've got to do everything I can in my power to try and do so.
Do you have a message, a final message for your supporters that have come out here tonight?
Look, I thank everyone that pays their hard-earned money to come and see me. It's a tough time we're living in. Everything's expensive now, so for people to pay 60 quid to come and watch me is a blessing. And I just want people to come more and enjoy themselves and have a great night out.
And when can we expect to see you back out in the ring?
I'm hoping that the guys can get me on the O2 show. July the 6th, I'm going to shut the place down. I'm going to put on a performance you've never fucking seen before, and it's going to be unbelievable.
I love it. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Melissa, and of course, great stuff there from the captain, Finlay James, who plenty to take from that, and he's certainly enjoying life under Mark and Jimmy Tibbs, and you can see that what they've been working on and the tough sparring he's had has stood him in good stead, because he had a tough test there, as we're seeing. Durst really threw everything at him but the kitchen sink throughout those 4 rounds, and he was able to use his boxing ability to come through. So another really competitive bout here on FightZone TV. Good matchmaking from TM14 Promotions, and we're in for some more belters. We're only halfway through. Ignat and Nathan Juna coming up next. Let's go to your MC this evening, Vernon Ray.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome along here to York Hall in Bethnal Green for our evening of professional boxing, brought to you by TM14 Promotions in association with Dennis Hobson and FightZone. We are live on FightZone this evening. Catch all the action again and again. On we go, bout number 5 this evening. 4 rounds of boxing in the cruiserweight division. Introducing to you first, making their way to the blue corner, Nathan Junior.
Well, he makes his way to the ring to back in black, although he's in grey, with a little bit of white fur around the edging of his shorts. Nathan Junior, 23 bouts, the man from Derby, at 37 years old, and he'll be wanting to provide a tough test for Oral Ignat this evening.
Opponent making his way to the ring with a fantastic record, an unbeaten boxer. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boxing out of the red corner this evening, Oral Ignat!
Well, here he comes, born in Moldova, is Romanian citizenship, but lives in Wembley in London. He's built up a really solid fan base in these parts, the 28-year-old. He's had 6 fights, he's won all of them by stoppage. 1 in the 4th round, all of the others in the 2nd round. So an explosive fighter who could be in for an exciting night here at York Hall.
Time to introduce the officials and boxers for this 4-round contest in the cruiserweight division. As always this evening, outside the ring on the bell, our timekeeper Stephen Pucci. The referee for this one is Emmy Pugh, but scoring outside A-star referee Lee Every. Time to introduce both of the boxers. Firstly, to my right hand side, boxing out of the blue corner, on the scales this afternoon, 13 stone, 4 pounds and 5 ounces. He has the grey trunks with the white and black trimming. He is from Nottingham in Nottinghamshire. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Nathan Junior! And his opponent, boxing out of the red corner, on the scales, 14 stone, 5 pounds and 2 ounces. He has the black trunks with the yellow trimming and his name emblazoned across the waistband. Six contests, 6 wins, all 6 by way of knockouts. He is from Wembley in London, Moldova. Ladies and gentlemen, Oral Ignat! This is going to be explosive. Let's go, boys. This is going to be a good one.
Well, buckle up and don't blink for this one, because Ignat, who's in the black shorts fighting out of the red corner, has won all 6 contests by stoppage. 1 in the 4th round, all of the others in the 2nd round. He's up against Nathan Jr., who's had 23 bouts, the 37-year-old from Derby. So he's an explosive fighter, is Ignat. So just brace yourselves. The atmosphere has definitely and noticeably gone up a notch here inside York Hall. He's got a really big following that he's built, Ignat. And there we see already a stiff jab wobbling Junior a little bit, although he was slightly off balance, but he switches stance. He's in the grey shorts with the white fur trim. Ignat very composed, taking his time, but we know he possesses enormous power, and he looks huge in there, Denzel.
Yeah, he's a massive cruiserweight. We say this all the time. He's another member of the stable at the Peacock Gym, and yeah, he is a big cruiserweight.
He certainly is. He looks like a different weight category in there to Nathan Jr. You just feel that this is like a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, very explosive fighter. I mean, he punches, trains hard, he trains explosive as well. So, yeah, I know what I'm expecting in this fight, but we'll wait to see if he can pull it off. He's nice and patient. You can see the hand speed already.
He certainly is.
Yeah, he's got very fast hands. He's got good hand speed and good power with it. Once he starts landing, Junior will feel it, as we saw in the first round with that jab, or earlier in the first round with that jab.
And there's nothing like that, is there? Because in the first round, that's one of the things you're looking for with an opponent, isn't it? In the back of your mind, how hard can they hit me? How dangerous am I in here? And he will have felt the force from that jab in those opening seconds and thought, okay.
He hits quite hard, yeah, definitely.
And that sort of sets the precedent for how you're going to approach that contest, doesn't it? And Junior, this is his 24th bout, so he's no stranger to it, but he's he's been stopped 6 times of his 19 losses, so we know he can be stopped. And you think over these 4 rounds, Ignat is going to get to him, because you can see him getting increasingly closer and loading up on those shots, just getting the range and timing. And there are some times when he steps round to his right, Junior, he doesn't have his feet underneath him, does he? He's got that low lead hand, and he's no balance underneath him.
Balance is pretty poor,
if he gets caught at that point, there's only one way that's going to end for him. So you do want to see him being a little bit tighter with that lead hand, and as he's stepping around, because he's stepping to his left.
Yeah.
He's stepping onto that backhand, isn't he? There he goes. Just as he takes that little step to his left, he's also got his hand.
His hand
it's
hand
just a
quite
dangerous
low.
position,
he's
isn't it?
To right hand, basically.
You see there when he's flat-footed.
Yeah.
His feet are square. Steps to his left, and he's wide open.
You can just see he's trying to get away from the power, from the onslaught that is coming.
You feel like this is just a matter of time, and if I could get my left and rights mixed up, that'd be very helpful, but that made it even worse. But as he steps to his left, he's leaving that left hand low, and that's leaving him wide open to that backhand from Ignat. And you just can't help but feel that this is just a ticking time bomb waiting to go off. And it's almost edge of your seat watching, isn't it? Because you almost want to close your eyes, because you can feel that big shot coming.
Yeah.
They're having both getting to work it in the corners, and hopefully in Junior's corner there, just talking to him about being a little bit more defensively switched on, because as I say, he has had 23 bouts, but that's not massive experience, is it? And he is in with a very, very big puncher, very well conditioned Ignat, so there'll be no taking the foot off the gas for him. It's just going to get tougher and more intense in there for Junior.
Yeah, I think after that round, Junior's going to box to not get stopped.
Again, just skipping off to his left.
Yeah,
right into the path of that dynamite backhand that Ignat possesses. Really needs to be a little bit more conscious about his movement in the ring.
I think you can tell by good left hook there.
He did seem to slip. I mean, he caught him prior to that, but he definitely slipped. But this is the importance of having his feet in the right position.
Definitely.
And his feet are all over the place at times. They're just not under him. He needs that solid foundation.
Yeah, I think he's
going to have any chance of taking these big solid shots from Ignat.
I think his balance is very bad because he's just trying too hard to get away from Ignat's power. He's just jumping out of range rather than stepping out of range.
He's just biding his time now as he backs him up to the ropes, goes down to the body. Some solid shots here being landed from Ignat. He's a big man, and he's really feeling this pressure now. He's certainly bringing the fire, isn't he, Ignat? Wild swing with that one. He'll be grateful, Juna, that one missed. So.
Yeah. He's thrown some good body shots, Ignat.
Doing well to not allow him to land anything flush so far, Juna. You feel that when he does, it's going to be a good night. But so far, he's managed to be evasive enough that Ignat hasn't.
Yeah, his feet are all wrong though, Junior.
I think that's the main problem for him tonight in this one, is at times that low lead hand like there. He does not want to have a low lead hand against Ignat when he's up against the ropes, and just the sheer volume and ferocity of those shots has led Juna to take a knee, which is a smart decision for him. Takes his time coming to his feet. Referee just making sure that he's okay to continue.
You can see
having
on his face.
Good look at him. She lets the action resume. Ignat, of course, knows he can get to him. He goes straight to work. He can sense the finish here. He can smell it. He can taste it. He's going to up it now, I'm sure, and really put it on Juna, who's just all over the place defensively here. But it's very difficult to keep your composure and keep your form when you've got this kind of power and this unit of a man coming at you with both hands. The crowd really enjoying this one. He's got a great following, Ignat, from the moment he walked out, but they're really encouraging him to put the pressure on, and he is. He's got him backed into the corner. Can he survive the final few seconds, this one, Juna, as he really puts the pressure on him? The referee having a good look. Juna just managing to see the end of this round, but goodness me, cannot see this going the distance, Denzel.
No, I can't. You can see the power of Ignat on Junior's face. I mean, he's showing on his face how much the shots are hurting. And the hand speed, I think he just can't comprehend with the hand speed of Ignat neither. So, yeah, there ain't much longer in this bout, I don't think.
He's going to be hard to match, isn't it, Ignat? Because he's had 6 stoppages. This is his 7th. It looks like it's headed that way, although you never know, but it certainly looks like that's on the cards. But 6 stoppages, I mean, people are going to want a good payday to get in with this man.
Yeah, most definitely. He's going to have to be moved quite quickly, because no one's willing to just take risks against someone with... He pretty much got a perfect record. All wins, all knockouts. So... And
this is a 4-rounder, of course, in his 7th outing. I mean, you wouldn't want to be taking 6 or 8 rounds of this kind of stick unless there was... something good on the line for you at the end of it, that's for sure. We enter the 3rd round now of what has already been a very, very tough 6 minutes for Juna. He's got a much tighter guard now in this 3rd round. We're not seeing that low lead hand as we were in the early rounds. His feet still, though, it's causing him to be out of shape at times, not keeping his form, because his feet just are not under him as he goes down again under the pressure from Ignat. And I'm not sure he's going to want too much more of this, and perhaps the referee won't allow this to go on much longer. He looks very disoriented. He's not steady on his feet, and the referee, rightly so, has called it, because it's only going to get worse, and there's absolutely no need for Juna to take more punishment. What a performance from Ignat. You can see why he's had 6 stoppages, and that becomes a 7th.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, like I said earlier, the guy's got incredible hand speed for a cruiserweight, and he's got cruiserweight power. Do you know what I mean? He's pretty much a cheat code. He's massive for the weight. He was towering over Junior, who isn't a small man. Yeah, man, everything just came together tonight. The hand speed was good. The shot placement was good. He landed some good shots, and it was only a matter of time, like we said. There was only so much, Junior could take, and yeah, the ref thought he had enough.
And I think going off his body language, he was right in front of us here, just slightly to our right, Dens, from where we're sat in our commentary position, and the body language you could see quite clearly. He was not for carrying on, and who can blame him, because he was taking an awful lot of punishment there, and of course, for the away fighters, this is their livelihood, so it's within their interest to make sure they don't sustain too much damage, because it's the way that they earn a living.
No, 100%, and if he takes too much damage, then he can't really continue no more, can he? So, you know, I know he's out for 28 days, but it's probably better.
Yeah, well, after that 28 days, he'll be good to go again, but if he'd have taken more punishment, it's just, it's not worth it. It is a sport, it is a business, but human beings at the end of the day, and that the safety of the fighters must come first. So a good decision by the referee. Let's get the official announcement from your MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time this evening, we do not need to go to the judges' scorecards. 36 seconds into round number 3. The referee stopping the contest. So your winner by TKO, and still unbeaten, and let's hear it for Ignat!
How impressed are you with his performance? Because we were expecting an explosive fight. He's had 6 stoppages, he is big at the weight, he's a power puncher. How do you think he'll fare if they do move him on? As you said, they're going to have to, at some point, start to move him on. And you know, how much potential do you think he's got?
Yeah, I mean, he's got all the tools in his locker. He's got good hand speed, good power. You didn't see him rushing for a stoppage. Whenever he was in range, that's when he let his hands go. Other than that, he was patient, he was creeping in, closing the gap. When he found his range, he let his hands go. So the only thing for him is, let's see how he copes in a 6-rounder, going the distance, 8 rounds, 10 rounds, and let's see how he copes going the distance. And that's all it is. It's just how he copes doing the rounds, I think.
Absolutely. Well, that was a really good performance from Ignat, and you can see in the replay there those heavy hands, and he can really whack with both of them, as he was just mauling Juna. He struggled to get through those rounds. It was a really tough night's work for him. A good decision by the referee, and Oral Ignat has made his way to ringside. He will be using a translator to chat to Melissa as he just makes his way to ringside, so we'll see what he has to say. And I think they're ready now at ringside.
Oral,
so we'll hear
congratulations,
from
another win on your record. How are you feeling?
He's feeling very well.
Obviously, you're known as a knockout artist. Is this a streak that you want to continue with? He's known as a knockout artist. Does he want to continue knocking people out?
Desigur, asta e stilul meu și pentru asta muncesc zi de zi în sală. Așa și continuăm.
This is his style. This is what he wants to continue.
And when can we expect to see you back out in the ring?
Mă simt perfect, sunt gata să mă pregătesc de următorul meci.
He's feeling very well.
Congratulations.
Și vreau în primul rând să mulțumesc la toți care au venit aici să mă susțină. Și vă mai aștept și vă promit să vă aștept cu lupte și mai spectaculoase. Vă mulțumesc la toți care sunteți alături.
Congratulations again.
Well, really good performance from Oral Ignat, and yeah, big things ahead for that man. I'm sure they're going to move him on. And thank you to Melissa for chatting to him at ringside, of course, chatting through a translator. So we're moving on now to the second part of the programme. Goodness me, we've had really competitive bouts. A stoppage there, of course, but the crowd really enjoyed that one. 4 contests remaining. We've got Louis Maloney and Jake Osgood up next. Let's go to your MC for the official introductions.
So, ladies and gentlemen, on we move this evening, bringing the action to you here at York Hall, thick and fast. The action brought to you by TM14 Promotions in association with Dennis Hobson and FightZone. Watching all the action live and direct from York Hall. On we go, bout number 6 this evening. 4 rounds of boxing in the welterweight division. Introducing to you first, making his way to the blue corner, ladies and gentlemen, Jake Osgood!
Well, the man from Carlisle in Cumbria, 30 years old. This is 46th bout. He's a very, very active fighter, is Jake Osgood. 24 bouts last year, and this is 7th outing of this year. Already got fights lined up for May and June.
And
so he's really, really well conditioned.
Once again,
be a good test tonight for Muldowney.
Boxer making his way to the ring. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Louis Muldowney!
Well, a real fan-friendly ring walk for a fan-friendly fighter. He's a real character, is the 19-year-old from Kent. This is 4th outing as a pro since his debut last March. He was a national champion as an amateur and he's unbeaten as a pro. All his contests as a pro have been here at York Hall, a win on points and a stoppage. He's a good ticket seller. He's got a real personality in coach Barry Healy in his corner as well, who trains him, is a good character as well, so he certainly brings that, does Louis Muldowney. This is 4th outing, but they'll have a good test against Jake Osgood.
Firstly, at ringside, your timekeeper, Stephen Pucci on the bell. Your referee inside the ropes, scoring the contest, as well is A-star referee, Mark Bates. 4 rounds of boxing in the welterweight division at lie ahead. Introducing both boxers. Firstly, boxing out of the blue corner. On the scales, 10 stone, 12 pounds and 8 ounces. He has the all red trunks with his name emblazoned across the waistband. From Carlisle up in Cumbria, Jake Osgood! And his opponent, faceman across the ring, aptly enough, boxing out of the red corner. On the scales, 10 stone, 9 pounds and 8 ounces. He has the white trunks with the gold and the light blue and ginge emblazoned across the waistband. He is an unbeaten boxer. 3 contests, 3 wins, 1 by big way of knockout. He is from Ashford in Kent. Ladies and gentlemen, Louis Muldowney! Please, ladies and gentlemen, turn the lights off on your video cameras. No lights on. Best of luck to both boxers.
Here we go then. I think we're going to have a real clash of personalities here because Louis Muldowney has got lots and lots of personality. Connor Ward is in fact in his corner, trains out of the Brixton gym. As he just eases in, he's in the white shorts with the blue waistband is Louis Muldowney, and he's in against Jake Osgood in the red shorts. Osgood, 45 bouts. The man from Cumbria is 30 years old and he is very active. This is 7th outing this year.
Oh, good
got
job
a good
there,
amateur
Muldowney,
pedigree, hasn't he, behind him, Muldowney, Denzel. He was a national champion as an amateur.
Yeah, you could just see straight away in his stance, the way he's attacking the body straight away. He's a good fighter. He's got a nice base, nice fast hands, and a nice shot selection.
He's just taking his time. He's taken the dominant position in the ring, that's for sure. Backing Jake Osgood up. He's not given him really much of a sniff so far. Taking his time, just edging in behind that front foot. Nice work to the body as well, and it's good to see him mixing that up, Denzel, as well in this opening round.
Yeah, no, most definitely. A lot of prospects, they don't ever acknowledge the body. He's probably gone to the body more than he's gone to the head. So it's good to see. Well,
in his 3 outings, all here at York Hall, he's unbeaten so far, is Louis Muldowney. And as I say, he has got plenty of personality. He's a fan favourite. Got a really good warm reception in here. And you can hear that every time there's exchanges, the crowd right behind him, which is good to see. Osgood just tucking up well, Denzel, isn't he? He's not a great deal coming back, but flicking that jab now and then and just doing what he needs to do to make Maloney have to work for the openings.
Yeah, I mean, that's a man with 45 fights. That's a lot of experience. He knows how to. He's going to know how to tuck up well, and he knows the way around the ring. So he's going to make it hard for Maloney to get his shots off, and he's going to have to work for it.
And he's not throwing at the same time as Maloney, not so far anyway. When he lets his hands go, when he's got him backed up against the ropes, he's tending to tuck up, isn't he, and go defensive rather than throw with him, which sometimes can be the right thing to do.
Yeah, it
if
can
your
be.
mission is to get through the rounds.
Yeah, exactly. It makes for a one-sided fight, but I guess he doesn't take too much punishment than he needs to. And just by listening to Maloney's shots, I can guess there's a bit of spite in there. So he's probably feeling a bit of it, so he prefers to not throw in between.
He has had one win by stoppage, the other two on points of his 3 victories, Maloney. So has potentially got a stoppage in his locker. Nice steady opening round for him though.
Yeah, good opening round from Maloney.
All his fights have been here at York Hall, and I remember the last fighter having a conversation about that was Elisoro, and I remember his post-fight interview saying, I've had all my fights here at York Hall and I love it, but I would like to fight somewhere else. And that somewhere else ended up being the Day of Reckoning in Saudi, which you and I saw each other at the airport actually, didn't we?
Yeah, of course.
You had your entourage with you because you're big time, but you know, I just had a rucksack. But anyway, yeah, I mean, that was amazing for him, wasn't it? And that's what a lot of the fighters here will have in mind, that is what can happen in this crazy sport of boxing. You can have your fights here on small hole shows, get an unbelievable opportunity to the next minute be out in Saudi fighting one of the best in the world. I mean, that's just the way it goes. It's incredible.
It's crazy. It's crazy. You wouldn't think it. Like, you
doesn't happen in any other sport.
It doesn't happen in any other sport. Exactly that.
Just backing him up, methodical about his work. He takes a big shot though. He's got to be aware of that. That'll be a little wake-up call for Maloney that you're in a fight here and you've got to stay switched on.
Yep, exactly. Most definitely. It's not just all going to be one-way traffic.
Plenty of spite to his work though, isn't he? Snaps out those shots, doesn't he?
Got good hand speed.
And sometimes, although they may not be those big thudding powerful shots that we've just seen in the previous bout from Oral Ignat getting the stoppage, but accumulatively those short sharp shots can be punishing.
Yeah, most definitely. You start to feel them eventually. It starts to bust you up eventually.
Just continues to edge in Maloney, back down to the body. It's also an important shot when it comes to sapping the energy out of your opponent, of course. If you can land sink a few big body shots, it'll certainly take it out of you. Just stepping on him again. Constantly in front of him, isn't he, Denzel, as well? He's constantly applying the pressure even when he's not throwing.
Yeah, that can also, zap the energy out of your opponent. Just thinking this guy won't back off. Mentally, that could be draining. I mean, he didn't need to be that close to hold him, but yeah, there we go.
The concentration's important here as well, because he's pretty much able to throw at will, Maloney here, and there's not, in those exchanges, well, they're not really exchanges, it's Maloney just sort of loading up on him. But as we saw previously, if he chooses to let one go, he can catch him, Osgood, as he did in the opening sequence of this round. So he does have to be switched on, of course.
He does. He has to be careful of what's coming back. He's got to be defensively responsible.
Doing his job well here, Osgood, isn't he? Because he's not providing a test in perhaps the way that we've seen some of the previous away fighters this evening, in terms of putting the pressure on and causing, you know, different types of problems for the home fighters. But what he's doing here is making it really difficult for Muldowney to break him down and find any gaps to exploit.
Yeah, he's tucking up really well. His defence is really quality.
What is the way that you should approach it? Or I'm sure you will have had experience of it yourself when you get in there with an away fighter who does tuck up and defensively very tight and doesn't really offer you anything. What way did you go about it in terms of breaking him down?
I mean, when I had a guy like this, I'd try and go round the guard. You can't cover your whole face at the same time, so I'd just try and go round the guard, catch him behind the ear slightly and just change the shots, and then that might open him up because he wants to cover that part of his body, and then it open up to more shots. But, you know, when you're just having fun, just letting your hands go, you just feel like you're letting your hands go, but you got to kind of be a little bit smarter in setting up your shots when you got someone that's, you know, got a guard that's hard to break.
And perhaps the key to it for Muldowney, maybe we saw a little bit of a glimpse of it at the closing stages of that round there, where he just overwhelmed him.
Yeah, and also that too,
with the volume of shots. And that perhaps might be a key to getting that second stoppage for him, if indeed that is going to happen here tonight. You feel like that is the way it could come. If he just sustains an attack and doesn't allow Osgood off the ropes, because he did that towards the end of that round there, and he you know, the volume of punches in itself may be enough to make the referee step in. So let's see what's in store here as we enter the third round. Good work straight off for Muldowney as he backs him up against the ropes again. You feel like he could just do with changing the angles sometimes, because although he's throwing shots, different types of shots in a variety, just changing the angle of his feet,
because
for the point of attack being a little bit different, may create openings as well.
Yeah, most definitely. Because I was just going to mention that a lot of the shots are just all in front of Osgood. They're all in front of him, so it's easy for him to duck up. If he just steps down, and he might find a shot behind the elbow that's available. You look at Osgood's guard; his elbows are quite in front of him.
He's caught him with a couple himself, Osgood, hasn't he? Like when he's thrown and seen the little gaps, he's sort of I spy between those gloves, isn't he? When he gets chances, sticking out a cheeky shot here and there.
He is. He's catching them with slight right hands. There's not much in it, but he's landing them. But you look like right now, if he just steps around, look, right, okay, that was all right round the guard.
That's what you'd like to see Muldowney do next, isn't it? Just to develop those openings, perhaps just change the angle, because it is all coming from right in front of Osgood. Making it slightly, not easy to defend, but easier. There we go, just round the back of the glove from that angle was a little bit, made its way through, didn't it? A little bit different for Osgood to deal with. I think what you want to see here as well, you know, you want to see that work rate, don't you, from the home fighter, that if they're in with somebody who's making it difficult to get through defensively, don't take your foot off the gas, don't make it an easy night for yourself, keep that work rate up.
That's another way.
Because that's what you're building for. You're building for you know, the nights when you're going to get in here and there's somebody who's just as technically able as you, wants it as much as you, and has got a high work rate. That's what you're building towards.
Most definitely.
Big backhand from Muldowney, but little jab from Osgood just to give him something to think about. Really good at tucking up, Osgood, and he's absorbing.
That's where he wants to go around the guard
lots of these shots. He's absolutely dominating this, is Muldowney, in terms of in every aspect that you can, but still not managing to find a clear way through. But can he just keep up the pressure here enough to perhaps put Osgood in trouble? It just ties him up there. Sensible work again from Osgood defensively, just to tie him up when he was continuing with that flurry.
Defensively he's been really good. He hasn't really, you know, thrown much back.
He has had 45 bouts, so well experienced, and he's had 4 stoppages in his 44 losses as Osgood, so he knows how to get through these rounds, tucking up really tight. He's absorbed a lot of punishment, hasn't he? But a good job from Osgood, but really good work rate from Muldowney, and he's certainly trying absolutely everything to break his man down.
He is.
We've had a real variety of ring walk songs tonight, haven't we? And some of them fighters will choose for the fans because they know they'll enjoy it. Some of them choose it very, very deeply personal to them. What about you?
I guess it just depends on what song I'm feeling at the time. I'm not really. I might just have my headphones on and the song comes up and I just think, okay, this might be a good song. So I'll kind of rewind it, envision it, think about the ring walk, and I think the venue counts too, depending on where the fight is. I think it kind of makes sense on, you know, the ring walk music. But yeah, nothing too personal, just what I'm enjoying at the time.
Here we go then. Will it be more of the same, or can Jake Osgood mount a couple of attacks of his own, or can Muldowney perhaps force a stoppage here? Certainly been looking for it. He's not forced it though, it's been intelligent pressure, although he's had to defend a couple of stray shots from Osgood from time to time, but he's feinting there, and that's something that we haven't seen too much of. He's just feinting with his front foot there, so that's something else he's just trying to trigger Osgood and create these openings which are few and far between.
Yeah, no, it's good to see him trying these things to create an opening rather than just throwing shots at his gloves. He's trying to find openings. Like I said earlier, attacking the head and the body. Osgood's just got a very good, you know, defense.
He really has. He's had to absorb lots of big shots from Muldowney, has Osgood, but he's absorbed them really, really well. Just trying to go round the back of that glove, Muldowney, just to try and find the opening as he puts the combination together. Nice work again. It's good to see, Denzel, that when he's put a combination together like that, Muldowney, he then takes that little step back out
and then comes back in.
That prevents him from smothering his work, and also breaks it up, because for Osgood, if he just continued to pummel away, it's kind of easier to defend against. Whereas if someone takes that little step back and goes again, it can catch you.
It can catch him, yeah. He might think he's stepping out, and then before he knows it, he steps back in and catches him with a 1-2 or something.
Just got through, it just dropped his right hand there just for a second, Osgood, and Muldowney found that gap. It just ties him up now into the last minute of this final round now. Been a good defensive display this from Osgood, because he has made it incredibly difficult for Muldowney to find any real openings, but impressive from Muldowney in the fact that he's mixed it up, he's continued to keep up his work rate. You can't ask for much more than that at this stage. This is just his fourth outing, remember. Just 19 years old as well, so he is really, really young.
Yeah, he's really young. Yeah, he's really young. I'm looking forward to his development.
And that full man strength won't be there yet, of course, and that's not to criticise him whatsoever. You know, you need to build into that, you know, especially for male fighters.
Yeah, most definitely.
It takes that time, doesn't it, for, you know, that's not just comes from fights, that comes from camps.
Yeah, most definitely.
From putting the work in,
Definitely.
from round after round after round, from your strength and conditioning and that natural development as he'll fill out and get bigger and stronger.
Yeah, most definitely. He'll grow into himself just as a man. And like you said, his strength and conditioning, his training, his sparring, his circuits, whatever it is he's doing, he'll grow into that. And you know, there's a lot to come. Like we said earlier, he's got a good shot selection. He just found it a bit difficult to break the guard of Osgood. But listen, he's 19 years old, and I think he showed out for himself.
Yeah, good performance from Muldowney there. Good defensive display from Osgood. As both fighters make their way to the referee, let's go for the official announcement. We've got MC this evening, Vernon Bray.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the referee's scorecard this evening here at York Hall. The referee scoring the contest 40 points to 36 points. And your winner, and still unbeaten, Louis Maloney!
So a 4th win. He remains unbeaten, the 19-year-old from Kent, Louis Muldowney. Really, really tough to break down was Osgood there. But he applied himself well, kept up the work rate. He's got a really good fan base who are cheering him on as he just makes his way out of the ring, and he shows his appreciation for the fans. Of course, really, really important at this stage of a fighter's career to have those people buying tickets, supporting you, getting you on these bills, and they're the people that are right behind you from the beginning. So important to have that support, because selling tickets can be really, really difficult, but very, very important in the professional game. It is a business after all, and fighters trying to build their careers. So it's good to see that he's got that good following as we see some of his work here in the replay on screen. Backing Osgood up, he tucked up well though. Good work from the 19-year-old who's got plenty of time and space to develop, so a good performance from him in just his 4th outing, and he joins
Louis,
Melissa at ringside.
Congratulations, your 4th outing as a professional. How are you feeling?
Feel good. Listen, credit to Jake, very tough fighter. But yeah, listen, happy with my performance, happy to go 4-0. I want to say a thank you to Connor and Bobby at Brixton. I've just moved gyms, so listen, learning new things. But yeah, happy with my performance.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because actually that's what I was going to say next. You've recently made that transition, new gym, new coaches. What are some of the things that you've been working on?
Listen, for this camp, we've had probably about 6 weeks working with each other. So it hasn't been the longest camp. We just work on different things I wasn't doing before in my game, which I was trying to execute today. But listen, he's tough, he stands there, don't throw too much back, and my sort of game is throwing and countering. But listen, I'm happy.
Obviously, Jake, you know, he's very, very experienced. He was quite negative in there tonight. How are you trying to draw him out?
I was trying to draw him out to get a throw, having a low lead hand, waiting for him to throw something and hoping I could counter back. But listen, he's had a lot of fights, he's experienced, so it's all good learning for me.
Absolutely, he knows his way around the ring. Obviously, as an amateur, you're a national champion. How does that experience help you in the pro ranks?
Listen, I only had about 22 amateur fights, so I'm still learning on the job. I've still got loads and loads of stuff to learn, but just taking my time, keep working in the gym, and keep trying to improve each fight.
You've had a very active year already. When can we expect to see you back in action?
I can't say exactly yet, because they're waiting to announce it, but July, start of July, I'll be back out on a good card.
Amazing, congratulations on your win.
Lovely, thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, a good win there for Muldowney, as we've seen some of the highlights there of his work. And as he was saying, difficult man to break down, Osgood, so he certainly posed plenty of problems that Muldowney had to find a way around, but a good performance from him, 4th outing from which he will build, and great support for him tonight. 3 bouts remaining. We've got top of the bill Joel Bartel and Omer Rodriguez. Sonny Hardy on the way against Mark Butler, but up next Joel Kadua and George Sutcliffe. Let's go to your MC, Vernon Ray.
So on we go, live here this evening at York Hall in Bethnal Green, an evening of professional boxing brought to you by TM14 Promotions in association with Dennis Hobson and FightZone TV. Bout number 7 this evening, 4 rounds of boxing in the welterweight division. Introducing to you first, making his way to the blue corner, George Sutcliffe.
George Sutcliffe, 28-year-old from Stockport, the shapeshifter, 2-2-0. He's had a stoppage of those 2 wins as well. I'm familiar with George Sutcliffe because my cousin is his manager, and he trains out of our amateur gym where we used to box as amateurs, so very familiar with George Sutcliffe.
An unbeaten boxer about to make his way to the ring. Boxing out of the red corner, ladies and gentlemen, Joe Kadua!
Well, we're awaiting the arrival of Joel Kadua. He's 5-0. He goes as JFK, the 27-year-old from Dagenham in Essex.
Yeah,
he's more MIA than JFK at the moment.
Fights with a very fan-friendly style. He's very cocksure, very bravado as he fights. And
here he comes, and that outfit was worth the wait, you have to say. Now, from a very, very sporting family, his brother Gideon plays for West Ham United, and Joel at one point worked long shifts on the railways, which he had to juggle with training up until turning professional. So he says that is part of what motivates him to make sure that he does well in boxing.
Just being checked over by the doctor before going into the ring here, which makes me think.
That's very unusual. Yeah, what we're seeing here at ringside is just, as you can see in shot here, that is the doctor just doing a couple of checkovers on Joel Kadua.
He might not have had his medicals
He may have missed the medicals. What happens in boxing, for those who perhaps haven't boxed or not familiar with it, you have to have a check before the fight, which usually happens a couple of hours before the fight. So perhaps what we would have to assume is that didn't happen earlier, or perhaps he wasn't here for it. But now that has been done, and obviously no problems. No problems, and the doctor happy for him to make his way into the ring. So our MC Vernon Ray will make the official announcement.
Associated with FightZone, bringing you all the action live and direct. 4 rounds of boxing in the welterweight division, where we have arrived. Introducing the officials at ringside, your timekeeper, Stephen Pucci. Your referee and scoring judge inside the ropes, Lee Every. Time to introduce the 2 boxers. Firstly, boxing out of the blue corner. On the scales, 10 stone, 12 pounds and 3 ounces. He has the silver trunks with the grey and the diamante emblazoned with initial across the waistband. All the way from Stockport in Cheshire, ladies and gentlemen, George Sutcliffe! And his opponent, facing across the ring, is in the red corner this evening. On the scales this afternoon, 10 stone, 12 pounds and 3 ounces. He has the white trunks with the black stars and the multicoloured emblazoned across. He has 5 contests in the professional ranks, 5 wins, an unbeaten boxer. He is from Dagenham in Essex. Ladies and gentlemen, Joel Kadua! Best of luck to both boxers. Let's go, boys. Let's have a good one.
Well, you can hear the chants of JFK around the arena, and that is how Joel Kadua is known. JFK, the 27-year-old. This is his 6th outing. He's unbeaten in 5 professional contests. He's in against George Sutcliffe, who, as I say, I'm very familiar with him. My cousin manages him, so he does a lot of his training at our old amateur club. He was last out against Will Crawler, of course, brother of former world champion Anthony Crawler, back in February at Oldham Leisure Centre. He was stopped in that one. But he's had an interesting career. He was stopped on his debut in 2021. He came back last year, and you probably won't have seen it, Linus, but I've seen the video of it, and he stopped him with an enormous shot and then stood there as if to say, oh, what have I done? It was almost an accidental massive shot. It was hilarious, but he got a points win back in February as well. So it is an interesting one, is George the Shapeshifter Sutcliffe, 2-2-0. But Joel Kadua...
That's a great nickname, by the way.
It certainly is. It's a brilliant one. But yeah, as you say, Tunde Ajayi in his corner. Of course, Anthony Yard here supporting him as well. He's got great support in the crowd here as Joel Kadua.
No, he's got James Cook in his corner. He's got Anthony Ajayi, so he's got a wealth of experience and knowledge there.
He's inspired by Mike Tyson and Floyd Mayweather, so that's not bad to try and pace yourself off, is it? If you can get any close to either of them. But this is another really competitive opening round here.
this has got to go to the matchmaking of TM14. You know, it's another well-made match here, and like I said, I expect no less at this point.
Yeah, all been really competitive, different styles, different types of fights we've had, but they've all been intriguing and engaging for the fans here at York Hall, and that's exactly what this crowd expect. Often a vociferous and well-informed boxing crowd at York Hall, and they've certainly been treated to a variety of styles and performances tonight, as Joel Kadua just eyeing his man up and edging his way in.
Shots. Great left. Oh, great return from the shapeshifter.
He actually boxed journeyman Dale Arrowsmith, who's my cousin, who's the man who manages George Sutcliffe, Joel Kadua. He boxed him last April, and that was on a huge night, of course. Joyce and the other April, Joyce and Zhang undercard. So he's been used to these big occasions, Kadua. And that will have stood him in good stead as well, Linus.
Oh, 100%. One thing when I first watched him, one thing I was really impressed with is he had a really good jab. He had a really good lead jab, and he used it to the body really well. And he's started off using it there. He led with a right hand just then, but yeah, I'm really impressed with his jab.
And he has said in interviews that sparring with Anthony Yard has really brought him on, which you would expect, because he's a big man and a heavy hitter, so he will have learnt a great deal from those spars, because they won't have been easy. Massive backhand there from Joel
just as you
Kadua. Goodness me, he timed that perfectly, stepped in, put his whole weight behind it, turned his back hip into that one, and George Sutcliffe just hanging on here to try and deter Kadua from landing another one of those, because that was a huge shot that rocked Sutcliffe. He did well to come through that, throws a wild swing of his own. Goodness me, real intensity at the closing stages of that opening round, Linus.
Yeah, it just hurt as he's walking back to the corner, sits on his stool, takes a very heavy rev shapeshifter. He knows why he got caught, yeah, that's a great round, from a great ending to the round for Kadua.
Of course, that'll give him confidence going into the second round, because he knows he can hurt him now.
Oh, 100%.
Just seeing the replay there, and you can see he just waits, doesn't he, for that opening, and steps in with that backhand, as you can see here in the replay. Beautifully timed shot. Sutcliffe is going to have to be wary of that now in terms of how he approaches, because he left himself wide open to that and walked right onto it, so certainly going to have to be more responsible when it comes to his defensive duty.
Yeah, Sutcliffe threw a lazy jab and got caught over the top by a brilliantly timed right hand from Kadua. I don't think Sutcliffe is
frantic at times, this one, isn't it? You just don't know what to expect, because both of them have quite an unpredictable, unorthodox almost style, which is awkward to fight against, but the two of them in there together, it's a real mix, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Sutcliffe
quite the spectacle.
I think Sutcliffe knows he can't give JFK space and time to line anything up, so he's trying to get inside, he's trying to make it ugly, and yeah, he's just kind of doing by any means at the minute. The referee's telling him, giving him a stern warning there.
Well, as I say, his brother Gideon plays for West Ham United, so real sporting gene in the Kadua family. Joel making his way in the pro ranks in boxing, and his brother just down the road plying his trade in football, of course, as Kadua just edging ever closer, waiting to let that big bomb go of that backhand. We saw what damage it could do in the opening round. He'll be looking for that shot again.
You just want Kadua to kind of set up his work a little bit better now. He's walking in, which is great, but you just want to see him do it behind the jab. Just took
a backhand of his own there. He's going to have to be a bit wary of that as well, Linus.
He's hurt again.
Can't afford to leave himself open. Yeah, he's got Sutcliffe hurt. He's on unsteady legs. He just needs to hold on now, Sutcliffe. He can't leave himself open to these shots, because Kadua is landing them heavily. Sutcliffe still unsteady on his feet. Kadua will know that as he comes in with another huge backhand. Takes another one again. The referee surely won't want to see too much more of this, as Sutcliffe all over the place here, completely disoriented, not steady under his feet still, as Kadua just edges his way back in, getting ready to let that big right hand go again.
Yeah, Sutcliffe is ready to go here. He's one shot away.
Still a long way to go in this second round, as Kadua backs him up. Huge shot to the body Sutcliffe still choosing to leave his hands low though.
Yeah, keep his
wide
chin in the
open
air.
to those shots.
He keeps dropping down to his right as well, which is lining him up for Gadua's right hand, just like that.
Certainly needs to tighten up this defence, Sutcliffe, and he needs to do it fast because there's just under a minute to go in this one, which is a long time when you're taking big shots like this.
He's unsteady on it. He's been unsteady on his legs this whole round.
He's hanging on by a thread, is Sutcliffe, but
he's got
fighting on automatic pilot now as he pushes Kadua up against the ropes, and Kadua just taking his time, edging in, staying composed, making space for his work.
He's not giving him any time to hold. He's not giving him any space to hold. Pushing him off and straight back on the attack from Kadua. Wild swing from Sutcliffe. And he still elects to have his hands down, Stacey.
Yeah, I think that perhaps the corner will be having a stern word with him at the end of this round, because for his
again by another
just
right
for his
hand
own well-being, certainly needs to tighten up defensively, and that's an understatement. Took a great deal of punishment in that second round, George Sutcliffe. Desperately needs to tighten up his defence, Linus, because
yeah, 100%.
I mean, with the kind of shots that Kadua's putting together and the weight of those punches, it's only going to end one way for Sutcliffe if he continues to fight in this manner.
Yeah, Kadua's not really missing with that right hand, or let alone any shot at a minute. So yeah, I think Sutcliffe's corner is just going to kind of get on him here, get on the defensive and get those hands up if you want to finish it, see the end of this fight.
He's getting instruction from the corner, Sutcliffe, saying don't stay still, get your hands up, keep moving. And that's the right advice, isn't it? He's got to keep moving and be a moving target for Kadua, but also he's got to tighten those hands. Well, do not take your eyes off this one. Buckle up and don't blink, because that right hand of Kadua's could be detonated at any moment. Sutcliffe with a higher guard now, throws a big backhand of his own, and this one is absolutely fascinating, Linus, because Sutcliffe has come here for a dust-up.
Yeah, he's still in. He's still in this fight in a sense of he's dangerous. He's still in this fight because he's dangerous. He's very wild and unpredictable.
He's incredibly, yes, that's exactly the word. Really unpredictable. So it makes him open and vulnerable, but also a dangerous threat that he poses.
Threat, yeah, he's a very live, active threat. If JFK isn't careful here, it could go the other way. He's still seems unsteady on his legs. I can't tell if that's just his style or if he's still not recovered from the punches from earlier round. Good shot.
Nice lead shot there from Sutcliffe, but just a little smile from Kadua to let him know, is that the best you've got? Because it didn't bother me, as he comes back with another huge backhand, pushes him up against the ropes. He turned his back there for a second, but the referee just allowed it to go on for a moment longer. The crowd really enjoying this one. It is so absorbing. And this is what we've had all evening, completely different styles and types of fights. In the last fight we saw Muldowney having great difficulty breaking down the very defensively astute Osgood. In this one, a wild and wide open Sutcliffe who's willing to come forward and trade and go toe to toe.
Just like I was saying, he's always dangerous.
With Kadua as he roars forward again, wild swing from him.
Can we just commend Kadua's defensive and shot selection? He hasn't missed a punch. He hasn't missed a punch in his whole minute. A great right hand again. He's just making Sutcliffe look silly here. And, the stoppage is on the cards.
And we've gone back to that low guard again with his hands low from Sutcliffe, which leaves him open. Hands back up again now, and a nice backhand from him as he pushes Kadua up against the ropes.
Kadua just smiling and turning him there with the right hand.
Now he's in a dangerous position here, Sutcliffe.
He leaves his chin open when he...
The crowd absolutely loving this one because it is really, really unpredictable. The mouth gaping open of Sutcliffe as Kadua just getting that backhand going again. Follows up with the lead hook. And almost like when you see the Brazilian football team having every pass cheered, that's what we're getting from the crowd here, cheering every single shot of JFK.
Great combination there from Sutcliffe. Great reply from Kadua.
And Sutcliffe thriving on this from the crowd as well. It's sort of geeing him up to give something back as well. What a fight this is. Really, really unusual stuff from George Sutcliffe.
Yeah, that's a really entertaining round.
Provided a really good test for Kadua though, because
100.
in just his 6th outing, this is a completely unpredictable fighter in front of him, and he's got to stay switched on at all times.
And his powers of survival was actually really good, because he was hurt multiple times. He's been hurt multiple times in this fight, but he's been one punch away from getting put out, but he's managed to stay on his feet and still be dangerous and throw back.
Yeah, and considering how wobbly he was on his legs, he was very, very unsteady, Linus, in that 2nd round. Seems to have recovered really well, because he mounted a few good attacks of his own in the 3rd, but good work this from Kadua, as we're seeing off the ropes in the replays.
And Kadua's
he's boxed well tonight against an opponent who it's difficult to look good against, arguably.
100%. He's looked fantastic. He hasn't really missed any shots, and the thing is, he's looked really good tonight. He's looked really composed, and he's been fan-friendly as well.
Set straight about him though. He wastes no time in getting straight at Kadua, and this really difficult to look good against an opponent like this. So this is a matter of Kadua just having to find a way to win, which he's done round by round, and he's done it well. But he has certainly been in a fight, and he's had to take all sorts of wild swings and different types of shots from Sutcliffe from all angles. What an intriguing contest this one has been.
Yeah, no, for sure. You know, this has been it's been, you know what, for a full round, it's been very entertaining, very good styles.
Good backhand and a lead hook follow up there from Kadua.
And Kadua's answered a lot of questions. What happens when he's fired back on? What can he keep?
Boxes really well within his body frame as well, doesn't he? Good backhand from Sutcliffe. Just something to Kadua to be wary of. He's had to keep his wits about him the whole time in this one.
And this is the testament to Sutcliffe. He's always, every single round, he's always been dangerous. No matter how vulnerable he's looked, like that, he's always been dangerous. And you can't just.
And if Kadua can just time it when Sutcliffe loads up with those wild swings and it takes him off balance, if he can just a little layback and come back with that backhand, it'd be a pretty devastating shot if he can just find the timing for it. The pace of this one just slowed slightly, but both men invested a great deal in those first 3 rounds. Nice uppercut from Kadua.
Yeah, no, this is a great fight.
Good work from the man from Dagenham, this is.
Another great
He's
set
just
of
slowed
jabs.
it down and dominated the pace a little bit now, which is what he needed to do. Nice work from him.
Sutcliffe kind of egging him on, saying suggesting he can't feel the power anymore. And he's firing back now.
Well, this is his 5th outing for Sutcliffe, and he won't want too many nights of taking this kind of punishment if he's going to be on the road, Linus.
You know what, funny enough, Kadua's hurt him to the head, but I think the body work is what really hurt Sutcliffe. I think the body work's what's really hurting him.
Some great exchanges here from both fighters. Certainly is an unpredictable one, this one, and Kadua has come through it well, because he's had to defend and take a few shots himself, and just managed to find the openings against a very unorthodox style that he's come up against in George Sutcliffe. Nice backhand there as well, well timed, and he got the range perfect there. Kadua.
He's just there for that sniper-like right hand. He just can't seem to miss with it, Kadua. Shots, great shot from Kadua. His selection's been absolutely excellent tonight. The last 10 seconds go.
Yeah, great timing. He's got the distance in well. He's managed this fight really, really well. And as I say, as I continue to say, massive backhand then as well, and he steps in. The referee just stepped in, but the bell had already gone. I think the referee almost ready to perhaps step in there, because that was another really, really big backhand shot.
If you just look to the right of us, behind us, the crowd is dancing to that last.
Yeah, the crowd have really enjoyed that one as they're dancing and singing for Kadua. George Sutcliffe has gone down to stool, and interestingly, Tundi has made his way over to George Sutcliffe, and he's giving him a bit of advice.
Yeah, classy is always
probably saying to him, you cannot be that open if you're going to be on the road, because he took a lot of punishment tonight.
Yeah.
And the doctor is rightly so, has put him seated him on his stool because he took a massive backhand at the closing stages before that final bell. So the doctor just checking him over, and he's on his stool, Sutcliffe, but he seems to be fine. They're just going through protocol to make sure that he's okay.
Yeah, he was extremely hurt from that. In that last 10 seconds, he was extremely hurt. And yeah, like what, another 10 seconds, that fight would have been over. The fight would have been stopped.
Yeah, doctor just making sure that Sutcliffe is okay to come to his feet. Still looks a little bit unsteady because he took a massive backhand right at the end from him there. But what a performance that from both fighters in completely different ways. Really well handled by Kadua in what he had in front of him, and I repeat myself, a very, very unorthodox, unpredictable fighter in George Sutcliffe, who made it really entertaining, and the fans have lapped it up and enjoyed every single second of that one. But Joel Kadua, goodness me, in just his 6th outing, dealt really well with a tough opponent. Let's get the official announcement for your MC this evening, Vernon Ray.
Ladies and gentlemen, after our 4 rounds of boxing here in this welterweight contest, we are with the referee's scorecard. Scoring the contest, 40 points to 36 points. And your winner, and still unbeaten, Joel Kadua!
Well, JFK can certainly take a great deal from that, because there are not many fighters he's going to face, Linus, who have that kind of style and that kind of approach to a fight.
Yeah, no, that is, you know what I mean, like I said, he's always dangerous, Sutcliffe, and do you know what, as long as if he tightens up a little bit, he's going to be a problem for every single person in this division.
He certainly is. What a spectacle for the fight fans in here that was. They enjoyed every minute of that, and they certainly played their part as well, as we see in some of Kadua's work here in the replay. A wonderful jab that he snapped out, but it was that backhand that time and time again did the damage. Sutcliffe did well to get through that second round after he was wobbled and left unsteady on his feet from a huge backhand from Kadua, and he finished the fight in the same vein. A huge shot that meant Sutcliffe had to take to his stool straight after the final bell and be checked over by the doctor. He does seem to be okay, but you really don't see many like that, Linus.
No, you don't. No, you really don't. And it was a really good test for Kadua at this point. And again, another testament to the matchmaking of TM14.
And a completely different type of fight. Again, we've literally had a bit of everything this evening.
Yeah, it's fantastic. You know, you can't give him enough credit. You know, the shows are always fantastic. So,
well, Joel Kadua is making his way to ringside with his coach Tundi as well, and he's now going to chat ringside with Melissa.
Joel, many congratulations on your win. How are you feeling?
I feel good, man. I feel good. It was good. It was good to get them rounds in. I wanted a stoppage, but the guy was a tough cookie.
Obviously, it's been about a year or so since you've been in the ring. Was it last April?
It was December. That one was late notice though. I had like 10 days to get ready for that. But I'm always in the gym, so I'm always ready.
You're always in the gym. You've got, you know, a lot of support in your team, a wealth of experience. How much does that impact you?
It helps a lot, because I see how hard my team works, so it helps. It inspires me to like not slack off or not fall off. It inspires me to keep on elevating in my game. So every performance, you'll see a better performance. Yeah.
Obviously, your opponent, George Sutcliffe, you know, he was quite unorthodox in his style. How were you handling that, and what was some of the advice coming from the corner?
Aunt kept on telling me to stay relaxed, and yeah, stay relaxed, you'll get the job done. But yeah, man, yeah.
Was there any point where you felt like, you know, towards the end of the fight, there was a couple of shots that you were taking, and it made me think like you didn't respect his power? What was his power like?
It's not that I didn't respect his power. It's just that he was awkward. You know what I'm saying? So he was throwing like weird, unconventional shots. So I was getting caught with silly shots, basically. Yeah, but yeah.
Tunde, what did you make of Joel's performance tonight?
Excellent. You know, I keep on. It reminds me of Anthony in another way. You know, a lot of people have to remember Joe only had 12 amateur fights, exactly like Anthony. Anthony's a different proposition, but the main thing for me is that he's improving every fight. and you can see we know what he can do in the gym, but it's about doing it under the lights. And I just feel that I'm so pleased the way he's progressing in his career. He's probably one of the hardest workers I've ever seen, and it's simple. You reap what you sow. So let's keep on working.
Do you have a message for the fans? Obviously, you've got so much support in the building tonight. What do you have to say?
I want to thank everyone for coming out, everyone that purchased a ticket for me, everyone that came to support, everyone that came to watch me win. I appreciate you all. I love you all. JFK! 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 I want to thank my team. I want to thank God. I want to thank my family. Because I know myself, I'm not an easy person to deal with, so I want to thank them all, man, honestly.
Many congratulations. We can't wait to see you back in action.
Say that again?
I said many congratulations. We can't wait to see you back in action.
No, thank you, man. Hopefully I'm back out again soon. Yeah, man. Honestly, thank you all. Love.
Well, great support from the JFK faithful. Tundi, I must say, always nicks the sweets at ringside. Last time he had 9 bags of it when he did co-coms with us, but congratulations to him and the team. A lovely character, Joel Kadua. He's got fantastic support in here, as you could probably hear there. They are so invested in him and right behind him, and that's great to see, and that's going to help him as he progresses his career now. He goes 6-0, he's unbeaten, the man from Dagenham in Essex. JFK, the 27-year-old, moving on here at York Hall, so great to see that reception from him, and great to see Anthony Yard here supporting him as well. We have 2 bouts remaining. Sonny Hardy and Mark Butler up next before top of the bill, Joel Bartel and Omer Rodriguez. For our penultimate bout of the evening, let's go to our MC for the evening, Vernon Ray, for your official introductions.
So on we go, ladies and gentlemen, bout number 8 this evening, live here at the York Hall in Bethnal Green. Had a cracking show for you so far. We've still got a couple left to bring you. TM14 Promotions, Dennis Hobson in association also with FightZone, coming out to you live and direct into your living rooms. On we move, 6 rounds of boxing in the lightweight division. Introducing to you first, making his way to the ring, boxing out of the blue corner. Let's make him a welcome, bit of noise for Mark Butler!
Mark Butler, the Bullhammer from Brighton, 30 years old. He's had 13 bouts, just 2 outings last year, but this is his 6th already this year, so he's been really busy, and he'll be looking to provide a tough test for Sonny Boy Hardy. Of course, under the tutelage of Kevin Mitchell. It was an exciting performance last time. What does he have in store for us this evening?
Again this evening, another unbeaten boxer. On his way to the red corner. Let's make some noise for him. Sonny Hardy!
So here he comes, Sonny Boy Hardy, the instigator, 21 years old, the man from Essex. He fought here in December against Angel Gomez, went toe-to-toe with him at times, played to the crowd a little bit, but when he boxed really, really well. He showed all of his ability, and when he does, it's a sight to behold. He's trained, as I said, by Kevin Mitchell, and you can see that style coming out in him at times. Kevin Mitchell met him when he was 12 years old and told his dad that should he turn pro, he would want to coach and guide his career. And indeed he is. He was a national champion as an amateur. So he's got a good pedigree behind him and he has big aspirations. Wants to win a world title. I was chatting to him earlier, he was very relaxed, he was looking forward to it, he said he's feeling good. He's certainly come dressed for the occasion as the instigator, a big Hammers fan. Made his way to the ring in that very shiny red robe. Let's see what he's got in store for the crowd this evening in his 5th outing.
6 rounds of boxing in the lightweight division. First of all, the officials for you at ringside, as always this evening on the bell, Steve Pucci. And your referee inside the ropes is Amy Bew, and your scoring judge at ringside, Mr. Lee Every. Boxing out of the blue corner. On the scales this afternoon, 9 stone, 8 pounds and 4 ounces. He has the white trunks with the red trim and bullhammering blazoned across the waistband. He is all the way from the Sunshine Town of Brighton in Sussex. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Butler! And facing him across the ring, boxing out of the red corner. He has the red trunks with the black trimming and the red tassels, and his name emblazoned in red across, diamante red in the waistband. He is an unbeaten professional boxer. 4 contests, 4 wins, 1 by way of big knockout. From Wickford in Essex, ladies and gentlemen, introducing you, Sonny Hardy! Boxers, United States, let's go boys, let's give a good one.
So Sonny Hardy in that very, very shiny red kit. Fighting out of the red corner. He's in against Mark Butler in the white shorts with the red waistband. Out of the blue corner, the bullhammer from Brighton. Let's see what a test he can provide for Sonny Boy Hardy. As I say, really relaxed earlier. Said he was looking forward to it as he gets proceedings underway with a stiff double jab. It was a good performance last time out here, Denzel, wasn't it? And he did get drawn into a toe-to-toe at times, very Kevin Mitchell-esque, you have to say. But when he relied on his boxing ability, far superior, and really showed what a quality boxer he is.
Yeah, no, that was a good jab there, straight away.
He stepped right into it, didn't he, then, Mark Butler?
But he's a very good boxer, and like you said, when he taps into his boxing, he looks amazing. But then every now and then, I think he likes to have a little tear up. He likes to, take a few and give a few back. But he doesn't need to. He's a good boxer. He's got good speed. He's got good reflexes. And yeah, no, I'm enjoying his journey so far.
Yeah, he does have lofty ambitions for a world title at some point. He's inspired by Lomachenko. He's worn blue and yellow kit previously as tribute to him. And he's a great fighter to aspire to, isn't he? This is one that you can watch and pick something different up every single time you watch him. But really good combinations being put together, and a backhand that just makes Mark Butler take a step back, and gloves touch the canvas momentarily, but he seems okay. Doesn't seem to have wobbled him too greatly. Just seems to be catching him as he comes in, and he's getting caught flat-footed at times, Mark Butler, but really going to work hard here, Sonny Hardy, and he's had 1 stoppage of his 4 wins, and perhaps has got a sniff that a second stoppage could be on the cards for him tonight, because he's really applying the pressure now onto Mark Butler.
He is. I think he senses the second stoppage, but
he's had some sparring with Joe Cordina as well, which again, another fighter which really will have brought him on, Denzel, and perhaps we're seeing some of that come to fruition here in this contest.
Yeah. I mean that's quality. That's quality sparring. That's a world champion. I mean, you couldn't ask for anything else. So he's got good ambitions, and he's in the right place. If those are the people that he's rubbing shoulders with.
Just taking his time, Sonny here, and this is good to see as well, Denzel, that he hasn't let it go to his head. He's not rushed in, he's not being frantic. After he's obviously put him down, he's gone back to what was working for him that set that up in the first place.
Yeah, just got to watch the heads there a little bit, but Yeah, that's the work he needs to stay on. Just like we were just saying earlier, when he sticks to his boxing, everything flows much better.
Working well off the ropes there, Sonny Hardy.
Mark Butler's making it very hard for him right now. He's just holding and trying to smother Sonny Hardy's work.
Really good opening round this for Sonny Hardy. He's had that good mix of composure but intensity and ferocity when he's put his shots together.
He has, yeah. And that hurt, that body shot hurt right there at the end.
Really good opening round. Let's have a look now at the replay. We just saw that stiff jab that he just caught Butler with early on in the round, and as he worked up to that huge backhand that just literally, his feet went from beneath him, didn't they? Because such was the power that he landed that shot with. He really stepped in with it and landed flush, and Butler really felt that one.
Yeah, he did.
Did well to recover though.
He did very well to recover, but then he started getting in close and smothering Hardy's work and just holding tight. And I mean, that obviously helped him recover, gave him enough time to recover.
Well, this one is scheduled for 6 threes, but if that opening round is anything to go by, it doesn't appear to me that Sonny Hardy has any intention of letting it go the full 6 rounds. Mark Butler, of course, will have other things on his agenda. He'll want to get through these rounds as he goes to work with a couple of good solid shots himself, but Sonny Hardy back to putting that really effective 1-2 together, getting the full extension on that backhand and finding his way through with it. Nice work from Sonny as he changed the angle after that lead hook landed. It's good to see. He's got quite a wide guard, Mark Butler, hasn't he? Sort of down the centre for those straight shots. He's quite open, isn't he? When he fires off that 1-2, Sonny Hardy, he steps in so quickly with his feet to follow up with that backhand. It's lightning speed at times, isn't it? Really difficult to defend against.
Yep, it's a sharp one too. You almost don't expect him to throw it, but he just comes straight with it.
Yeah, because he's almost out of range when he starts with that jab, isn't he? But he steps in so quickly.
The 1-2's
before you know it, he's upon you and you've taken the shot. Nice uppercut from Hardy though. Lovely work on the inside. Just a couple of feints from Butler.
Oh, there it is again.
Nice work here. Sinking in those hooks. Sonny Hardy. This is a great display from him.
Good right hands, heavy right hands coming in there from Hardy.
It's been a good display this as well, because he's not allowing himself to get too caught up in the toe-to-toe at close range. He's really showing his boxing ability through the way that he's approached this one. Yeah,
he's showing good composure. He's not getting, over eager. He's calm, relaxed, and once he closes that gap, he lets the big shots go.
It's really purposeful as well. He's not getting involved in the exchanges just for the sake of it. There's a purpose behind his work, you feel,
this evening. Definitely. And it's showing growth.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just going to add as well, Denzel, that in his 5th outing you want to see those small margins of improvement from the last time, and I really think there's been a sizable, noticeable, significant improvement here from Sonny Hardy from last time out in December.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, we know he's got the tank, we know he's got the
lovely work on the inside there, and this shot selection from Sonny Hardy on the inside is really impressive, and he's showing his pedigree here, finding those tiny gaps that Butler is leaving to just squeeze through those uppercuts. Great combinations, little chopping hook over the gloves of Butler as he ties him up, and that's exactly the right thing to do, because Sonny Hardy was really bringing the heat there.
Yeah, he was. That was a good round there from Hardy again.
And this is the thing, Denzel, if you've got aspirations to go right to the top, or even a high level in the sport, in these kind of fights like this, his 5th bout, you want to see a really good display, don't you?
Yeah.
If you've got somebody in there that you can get out, you want to see the likes of Sonny Hardy get them out of there if they can.
100%. These are the learning fights, but not just because you're in there with, you know, an away fighter that you're supposed to beat. Everything you've been working on in the gym, you want to bring it out, you know, to you know, under the lights against his opponents, and I feel like he's doing that. He showed composure, showed a good shot selection. He's not getting involved in the fight, which is allowing his shots to come up even better, and he's showing that. And the improvement between his last fight and this fight is amazing.
Yeah, I can honestly say, if you did see him last December, you may well agree. If you didn't, in my opinion, huge improvements that we can see here in Sonny Hardy. A much more mature performance.
Yeah.
But all of that boxing ability that he showed in December, without getting caught into situations that he didn't need to be, although it was crowd pleasing at times, it's certainly not the way to make your way up to the big fights. You want to get through as unscathed as possible, don't you, while putting in good performances until you absolutely have to. Good work again from Sonny Hardy, and this is much more impressive work on the inside from him than we saw in December.
Yeah.
He's being smart defensively, but his shot selection has been excellent on the inside.
It has been. Them little short uppercuts that he's throwing inside.
And that chopping
shots.
right hand that he brings up after the uppercut as well, really intelligent work. Choosing to trade on the inside at close quarters, Sonny Hardy, but having the best of it.
Good body shot there from Hardy.
Butler firing back with a little combination of his own. That lead left hand hook finding its way through, but Hardy just choosing to stay on the inside because it's him that will dictate the distance and the pace of this one, isn't it? He's managing that in this fight and shows there, but now he's gone back to that mid-range. Really effective there is Sonny Hardy. Finds himself tied up but manages to wriggle out of it. And when he's at this kind of range, he really is dangerous because he's set up that backhand.
Oh, good uppercut.
Nice
there
work
from Hardy.
again. Taking some big shots here, Butler.
Oh.
Sonny Hardy finding a way through, and the referee has seen enough and calls this one off. Butler not too impressed with that decision, shaking his head, and he's disappointed, but that was really, really good work from Sonny Hardy. It took a lot of punishment in that round, Butler.
Yeah, I mean, Butler was just trying to stay close enough to smother Hardy's work so he couldn't get his shots off, because Hardy was better at that mid-range. But inside, Hardy kept landing them little sneaky uppercuts with both hands, left hands and right hands, landing some good body shots, and yeah, the ref wasn't wrong to call it. I think it was going that way anyway.
And the thing is, there's no point, in a sense, if they're going to just keep taking more punishment.
Exactly.
There's not a title on the line here. Nothing was going to change. He was simply going to take more and more punishment. And at that point, given the punishment he'd taken in that round, the referee clearly had seen enough. But really good performance from Sonny Hardy. Massive improvements from December. Really mature performance. Great work on the inside and at range. Really, really impressive from Sonny.
Yeah, most definitely. I agree with that.
Be interesting to see what exactly he's been working on since December. Melissa will be talking to him about that at ringside, because there were some really noticeable improvements there. So I'm sure that him and Kevin Mitchell and the team will be happy as we're now ready to go to our MC Vernon Ray for the official announcement.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask the referees to bring both boxers to the centre of the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 minutes and 11 seconds into round number 3. The referee stopping the contest. So your winner by TKO and still unbeaten, Sonny Hardy!
So Sonny Hardy goes 5-0 with 2 stoppages now. And he'll be really pleased to have got a stoppage there. There's a little bit of dancing for the fans to celebrate that victory, as they're just having their post-fight photos in the ring, and I'm sure he'll be really pleased, not just to get the stoppage, but in the manner that he did against a tough and durable opponent who he managed to break down in methodical manner. That chopping work on the inside and great shot selection, and then at range, as you're just seeing there in the replay, particularly with that backhand, which when he let that go was a really dangerous shot for Mark Butler, and he just wasn't able to keep Sonny Boy Hardy off. Really good performance from him.
Yeah, really good mature performance. I'm impressed with what I've seen. He was nice and relaxed, composed, let his shots go, and yeah, man, he showed great improvements.
Well, Sonny's made his way to ringside to chat to Melissa.
Thank you very much. Sonny, third round stoppage. Talk to me, how did that feel?
It felt good. My last performance was a very composed, mature performance. I got the points in, shut out, 6-round points win. And I said to everyone today, I'm going to maintain that composure, but it wasn't going to go 6 rounds. And I said it from the moment I walked into this venue. And I've got one question. Was you entertained?
I think they were, yeah. I mean, we all were ringside. This was your second 6-rounder. Obviously, it didn't make the distance, but do you feel that that first experience through a 6-rounder actually helped you feel like, yeah, do you know what? I don't need to go the distance on this one.
Absolutely. Last time I'd done 6 rounds, the first 2 rounds were a little bit too slow for what my standard of boxing is. And I finished not really coming out of second gear. And that's not me gloating. I still feel like there's a lot of things I could have done to improve, but I need to start fighting a lot quicker earlier on in the rounds, and that's what I've done tonight, and it made a massive difference in there. I was making little mistakes, but listen, 5-0, we're learning.
Yeah, of course, you're very, very early on into your pro career. You've got the likes of Kevin Mitchell in the gym with you. What's the impact of that?
Listen, he's been there, he's done it, he's worn the t-shirt. If there's anybody who knows the game inside and out, it's Kevin Mitchell himself. Listen, he's an absolutely incredible coach and a great mentor inside and outside the ring, and we're progressing, and I can't just thank Kevin, I've also got to thank my old man behind you here, David Hardy, taking me through 64 amateur fights, progressed me for my first 3 professional fights, and then passed me on to Kevin Mitchell.
Obviously, it's a really beautiful journey. As I said, you're very, very in the very early stages of your pro career. Where do you see yourself going?
All the way to the top, baby.
Your style in there is extremely dynamic, really, really versatile. It kind of reminds me of someone. Who are you inspired by?
Who do you think? You tell me.
I think Lomachenko.
Absolutely.
Do you have a message for your supporters?
I want to say thank you once again for everybody who's paid their hard-earned money to come out, watch me and support me. I know it's not easy, we're out regularly, but we're going to be out regularly again. We've got big news coming. And I want to say another massive thank you to my sponsors, Sight King, Format Scaffolding Limited, and Pagan Construction Limited. Without you guys, this journey wouldn't be possible.
Sonny, congratulations again. Really fantastic performance.
Really mature performance there from Sonny Hardy. And he'll be happy with that one because he knows that was a much improved performance, and that's exactly what he's looking for at this stage of his career. Now we have the final bout of the evening. Top of the bill, Joel Bartel and Omer Rodriguez. Let's get the official introductions for your MC this evening, Vernon Ray.
Ladies and gentlemen, on we go. Time for the main event of the evening. 8 rounds of boxing scheduled in the middleweight division. Tonight's show brought to you by TM14 Promotions in association with Dennis Hobson and Fight Night. Are you ready, ladies and gents? The time has come for the big one. Introducing to you first, making his way to the blue corner. Let's make some noise for him. Omer Rodriguez, Juan.
Guerrero de Dios, Omer Rodriguez, 31 years old, the Panamanian. This is his 4th contest of the year. He's experienced, he's had 32 bouts. He boxed Samuel Antwi at Manchester Arena last March. He lost on points, but Antwi, of course, stopped Mason Cartwright for the British title in September, so he's been in against decent opposition, so he'll pose a good test for Joel Bartel this evening.
And his opponent, making his way to the red corner this evening, an unbeaten boxer. He has a perfect record as we stand. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make him feel welcome. It is time to introduce the Beast, Joel Bartel!
Here he comes, Joel the Beast Bartel, and what you can hear in the background is known as Bartel's Cartel. Joel's faithful fans supporting the 21-year-old from Surrey, aims for a title this year, and apparently there will be a big press conference on Tuesday with a big announcement of his next fight. Everybody's stayed pretty tight-lipped about that, but big plans for him. But of course, got to take care of business tonight against the man from Panama, Omer Rodriguez.
Once again, ladies and gents, time to introduce the officials and the boxers to you this evening. Outside the ring, on the bell this evening, once again, Stephen Pucci. And your referee and scoring judge inside the ropes, a star referee, Mr. Mark Bates. Here we go, 8 rounds of boxing in the middleweight division. Introducing to you first, boxing out of the blue corner. On the scales, 11 stone, 6 pounds and 3 ounces. He has the blue trunks, the white trunks with the blue trim and the red waistband with his name emblazoned across the top. Originally from Colon City in Panama, ladies and gentlemen, Amir Hornacis Rodriguez Juan! And his opponent, facing across the ring, boxing out of the red corner. On the scales, 11 stone, 7 pounds and 2 ounces. He has the purple trunks with the gold writing and his name emblazoned across the waistband. He is an unbeaten professional with a professional record of 5 wins from the 5 contests, 3 by a huge way of knockout, with a huge and impressive amateur pedigree behind him. He is from Guildford in Surrey. He is the Beast, Joel the Beast Bartel! Third man, as I said, inside the ropes is your referee.
Huge reception for Joel Bartel, the Beast. His fans go as Bartel's Cartel, and they're out in fine voice this evening, set for 8 threes in the middleweight category, and this could be a right barnstormer. He has said that he aims for a title this year. There will be a press conference on Tuesday with a big announcement for Joel Bartel. So really important that tonight he takes care of his business, and he'll want to do it.
Yeah, always in a good fight, Joe. You know, the Beast from the East, the man with the mullet.
He's fighting in the purple shorts. Joel Bartel out of the red corner, and then of course Rodriguez in the red, white and blue shorts as he gets those fast hands going straight away. The man from Panama, he's 31 years old. As I say, this is the 4th contest for him of the year. He's had 32 bouts, and he's been in with decent fighters, Linus. Samuel Antwi last year, so he knows his way around the ring and catches Bartel with a decent jab there. Good test for Bartel so far in these opening seconds.
Yeah, another testament to the matchmaking as well from TM14. They always, you know, as we've seen in the matchmaking in this show alone.
Yeah, it's been superb. He's a pressure fighter, Bartel. He's got a really good engine. Obviously got a decent stoppage record, 3 stoppages in his 5 wins. And he has had a good amateur background. He had 50 as an amateur, 2 national titles. So he brings a good pedigree to the pro ranks. He's from a family of boxers, wants to outdo everybody else, so that's part of his motivation. But another one who's had some really good sparring with English champion Lee Cutler. He's been sparring with Jimmy Sains. He's sparred the likes of John Ryder and Eubank Jr., Felix Cash over the last 3 or 4 years as well. And you can see that, can't you, that he's a mature fighter, isn't he?
Yeah.
Even just in this 6th fight.
Yeah, no, for sure. He's always in a good fight. You know what I mean? He's got very good experience. I sparred him myself. You know what I mean? He's very, very good kid, man. He's one of those kids that you said.
What does he do well? So having sparred with him, what was it that you thought he did well?
You know what? He's not really scared to get stuck in. He's really not afraid to get stuck in. He's not afraid of anything. That was one of his biggest assets. He's for a young kid, he's really not
just
scared
21
to get
years
in.
old. He doesn't look it, does he? He looks. Perhaps it's the beard.
Yeah, it's the beard and the mullet.
I think the beard betrays his age, but yeah, just 21 years old. Bearded, mulleted beast.
No, just working off his jab.
He has in front of him. Nice little backhand made its way through to Rodriguez there. Good shot from Bartel.
Just working off his jab really well here, trying to not really get mixed up with Rodriguez.
Just trying to draw Rodriguez out. Just throwing a few feints and just tapping with that jab, just looking to create the openings. Doesn't have to invite Rodriguez into a fight though. He's game to let his hands go. And he's enjoying that, Bartel, as he gives him a little nod and a little look to say, okay, if that's what you want to do, that's what we'll do. He's had a lot of changes to deal with, Bartel, in the lead up to this one, Linus. It was due to be a final eliminator for the English title with Liam Wells. Then Kyle Lamotte was possibly on the cards. That one fell through. So a lot of adjustments to make in the build-up to this one.
Yeah, no, of course, and that plays its own toll mentally as well as physical, you know. He seems to have adjusted to it. He seems to have adjusted to what's in front of him. I wouldn't advise going to toe-to-toe with Rodriguez. And, I'd advise, boxing off his jab. But, this is what Joel does. This is what he's good at, you know what I mean? I think one of his main attributes is he's really good at getting inside and actually working.
Well, he boxed in February against Jordan Granham, of course. Anybody in boxing will be well familiar with him. He's a really well-schooled, excellent journeyman, really experienced.
Yeah,
and he won that one on points. And then I saw him in December. And he boxed Arjun Spatari, who I've seen since, and he really comes to fight. And it was a dust-up at times, but Bartel had the superior boxing ability, which shone through in the end. But he's having to dig in at times here because Rodriguez is really piling on the pressure in some of these exchanges.
He's really felt that left hook to the body that Rodriguez has landed twice now. At third time there, Joe's really feeling these. Just one of them nice straight
When Rodriguez brings that heat, what do you think Bartel needs to do? Should he throw with him? Should he tuck up and wait for his opportunity? Should he try and move off to avoid being at close range with him? What should he do?
Rodriguez's feet are quite slow, even though his hands are really quick, so Bartel could really benefit from stepping out and kind of getting back on his jab when he gets on the inside like that.
10 years difference in age between these two. Rodriguez 31, Bartel just 21 years old, so lots of development left, both physically and in terms of boxing for Joel Bartel.
And it's a great test at this stage of his career and age.
certainly is. He only started boxing at the age of 14, so incredible progress through the amateurs and with those 2 national titles, and now unbeaten in 5 as a pro. That's just 7 years, which is incredible really, Linus, that progression in such a short time.
Oh yeah, fantastic. You know, I always say it's not about how old you are, how long you've been doing it, it's how much work you put in, and you can see it here.
And some of course just have a natural aptitude to certain sports, and boxing is one of them, and Joel Bartel has been able to make that ascension due to his ability, as alongside the work that he puts in, as he just edges Rodriguez back with a jab and misses with that backhand, but you can see that that's what he's trying to set up. Just
100%.
Feeling out with that jab as he gets him up against the ropes and goes to work, and that was much better from him, Linus, because once he'd done his work, he stepped out and didn't allow Rodriguez to reply. He didn't stay there.
As Rodriguez's feet aren't as quick as Joe's, you won't be able to catch him if he's not there.
Nice work from Joel, and that was much better again. He got his work done and then got out of there. His feet are much quicker, and that's the key to getting away from danger in these counters from Rodriguez.
Because Rodriguez has fast hands. He really has fast. As soon as Joel comes in, he unloads. So Joel just wants to do minimal work, effective, and get out, and then get back in even for a second phase.
Really impressive hand speed from the man from Panama, and when he's in range, he's able to let them go, and it's impressive stuff. But Joel Bartel has nullified that for the majority of this round, and a long hard stare from Rodriguez at the end of that one, which shows he's up for this. We've had some really engaging contests tonight, haven't we, Linus?
Yeah, this has been a fantastic card as always. CF14 have done really well again, but yeah, really good round from Joel. He's really coming into it. You know, he's realised, and his corner have realised, and it told him as well, you know, you can't really be getting involved with Rodriguez. You don't want to be mixing it up with him, because you know what, he's quite dangerous. He's very live and an active threat, so you want to use your footwork, a superior jab, just stay in and out to be successful in his fight. He's got a massive fight after this. You know, it's going to be announced on Tuesday, and he can't afford a banana skin here, and Rodriguez is alive.
And that's the interesting thing, isn't it? Because I've heard in some of the interviews in the build-up to this week, Joel Bartel being asked, do you think with that being in your line of vision, can it distract you from this? You wouldn't think so. This is exactly where you want to put on a great performance, because you know what is at the end of that carrot dangling on that stick.
Sometimes, you know, it comes with age, it comes with experience, it comes with, you know, character, but looking too far ahead could distract you from the right now, and that's when you can get caught, and that's when a banana slip can get you. A banana skin can get you.
Well, he'll know that a good performance tonight is necessary, and absolutely a win is necessary because of that big announcement on Tuesday for what's to come for Joel Bartel. But he'll want to do it in style, and so far doing a good job of nullifying the threats of Rodriguez, because when he allows him in close, he can really let those hands go, the Panamanian. Good work from Bartel on the outside though.
Just needs to, you know, be fast with his feet going out and going in here, Joe. I think he can really get something off that second phase.
And I think he is starting to get the measure of Rodriguez now. He's figuring out what he needs to do to nullify him, whilst also able to be, you know, most effective with his own best assets.
Nice, just like that.
Much better from Bartel. And this is the sign of a good fighter, isn't it, Linus, who can figure it out as the rounds are going on.
And adapt on the fly, you know what I mean? He's
downloading really that data, isn't it? And there are a problem, the opponent in front of you, to be solved. And it looks like he's solving this puzzle in front of him as the rounds develop.
Oh, 100%. He just needs to not get complacent, keep listening to his corner, Mark Tibbs and the rest. And just, you know, you see this fight out and move on to the next one.
And he really enjoys being in the Tibbs camp. He says it's really good to be around top quality boxers. It's bringing out the best in him, and you can see that here as he goes to work again and stays on the front foot, just forcing Rodriguez back.
Great jabs in this face.
Sticking that jab out, taking Rodriguez's best asset away, which is those fast hands at close range. That's exactly what Bartel is doing now, taking away the threat that Rodriguez poses. Just getting on his bike a bit there, Rodriguez. Bartel just cutting the ring off. Trying to just close in on him, and he does. Nice work, got him in the corner now.
It's exactly what he needs to be doing. Like I said about the footwork earlier.
This is great work from Bartel in this third round, Linus, and he really has adapted to what in front of him as he switches into the southpaw stance now.
This is exactly what I was saying. He needs to keep that superior footwork on him, do just enough so Rodriguez can throw and he can counter back off it. But it all starts with his footwork.
He slowed the pace of this one down as well.
Rodriguez egging him on.
Hasn't he, Bartel? Because when it was frantic, it went in Rodriguez's favour, you would feel, but he slowed the pace down, managed the distance, and that's been a really dominant round for Joel Bartel there.
Yeah, 100%. He's done really well there. He's really, like you said, he's downloaded the data in the first couple of rounds, and now he's, really working in and out. And he's looking really well. He's looking really good. He looks like he's adapting and getting better as the round goes on, as the rounds go on. So.
Well, he's breathing heavily, Rodriguez. Understandably, because he's had a lot of work to put in those first 3 rounds. Joel Bartel looking really fresh and sharp. He's got a really good engine on him, we know that.
And as these fights have gone on, we're in the 4th round now, and he's shown a different skill set every single round.
His ability to adapt was impressive in every fight we've seen him, but tonight, really impressive. He's been figuring out the problem in front of him in Rodriguez and done a really good job of maximising his assets and nullifying what Rodriguez brings to the table. Really impressive.
Yeah, he really works well behind that back, that jab. It's really working well behind that jab. His footwork has really improved as well.
He's not left his feet
Shot.
there and allowed Rodriguez to just unload and get those fast hands going.
Lovely. This is great movement from
It's made
Joe.
it really difficult for Rodriguez to really land on him at all. Such is the quality of movement from Bartel in these last 2 rounds. He's left with just wild swings. Not much to aim at. Rodriguez is left in no man's land there because, again, that movement and fluidity from Bartel serving him well. Good stuff from Bartel, this, Linus, from what seemed like could be a really, as you said, tricky banana skin, tricky fighter. He's nullified him and started to control the pace and the distance and made it his fight, which is a great sign for him now to move on to another level in his next fight, which, as we know, will be announced on Tuesday. But it's, I wonder if we can get it out of him in the ringside interview with Melissa. I doubt it.
Maybe, I doubt it. But no, he's looking
Maybe if we
incredible.
offer him some sweets.
Yeah, they're all gone. I ate them all. Maybe some grapes. No, he's looking really good. He's looking really in control of the fight now.
Really impressive performance this from Bartel.
As long as he doesn't get complacent, as long as he doesn't do anything out of character, as long as he just listens to his corner, he'll be fine.
Incredible mature performance this, and as I say, I just reiterate, 14 years old he began boxing, so that is just 7 years ago. In that time, 50 amateur fights, 2 national titles, and now 5 unbeaten as a pro, and this level of maturity in his 6th performance. Really, really impressive. Nice work again from Bartel.
Oh, great.
And that was much better that he landed and then got himself out of the way.
Gets out. He does that.
Nice
way to
work.
finish.
Really good defensive work from Bartel, and that's the difference. In the opening couple of rounds, he was staying there and allowing Rodriguez to make the most of that fast hand speed that he possesses. For the last couple of rounds, he's had no such opportunity because Bartel has done his work, he's been cute with it, and then made sure that he gets out of there with that fast footwork, and it's left Rodriguez in no man's land, having to resort to wild swings. Really, really good adaptations. Good performance this from Bartel.
Like I said, every single round has been different. He's shown up and he's collected the data, he's adapted, and now he's looking set. He's looking like he's found the pace, he's found his rhythm, he's read the rhythm of Rodriguez, and he's got this fight in his hands.
Penultimate round then, this one's scheduled for 6 threes. Really good test this for Joel Bartel.
Great jab from starting out this round for Bartel. It's an 8
sorry,
rounder.
8 threes, sorry.
It's an
can't even say it's been a long night because it's early by boxing terms, but yeah, my apologies. 8 threes.
It's a really
It's been great stuff from Joel Bartel, hasn't it? And this is exactly what he will have wanted, was not just to get a win, which if he does go on to do that is important, but the manner in which he does it. A good performance was necessary tonight.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, sorry about that. My apologies, I was just dying of consumption.
Of sweets.
Yeah. Joel Bartel is absolutely fighting out of his skin right now. He's showing an array of talent, and you know what it is, when the last few times I've seen him, he's always fought kind of the same way. He's always kind of in a fight. He's always in a tear up, and he's always fan friendly. But this is completely different, Joel, which also says the testament of his training at Mark Tibbs and being in that gym, because he's showing a completely different side that I personally haven't seen.
Yeah, he's certainly displaying that he's got plenty in his repertoire. Just 21 years old, the man from Surrey. Bartel's Cartel, as his fans are known, in fine voice, really getting behind him now. And he's made those slight adjustments and adaptations each round, has Joel Bartel, and really impressive stuff. You just wonder, as Rodriguez tires perhaps towards the end of this one, we know that he's got an excellent engine, Joel Bartel. We know he can finish, we know he can stop people. He's had 3 stoppages out of his 5 wins. Perhaps if he puts his foot on the gas, he could get a stoppage here, although Rodriguez certainly remains game, and as soon as he gets a chance to let those fast hands go, he does.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Doesn't need an invitation.
Yeah, as long as Joel keeps boxing the way he is, in and out, fighting, and kind of keeping his wits about him, this should be a great night for him, and it should set him up perfectly for the announcement on Tuesday.
Have you had that situation where you've had a fight knowing that there's a bigger fight on the horizon?
Yeah, 100%.
How did you deal with it?
No, you just kind of, what it is, that fight in front of you doesn't exist until this one's over. That's how you've got to think about it, because if something goes wrong in this one, the fight's gone. It doesn't exist. It doesn't happen anymore. So, you've got to kind of look at what's in front of you right now without looking at what's ahead too far.
Certainly can't underestimate anybody in boxing, because one punch and everything can change. Great exchange from both fighters there. Both landing and shipping some big shots. Mutual respect there, with a little nod at the end of that one. Explosive stuff to close out the 5th round. Look at the replay here, both attempting shots to the body, which went a little low, but thankfully for them to the hip area. But nice 1-2 from Bartel, and as we see there, that nifty footwork that just opened up the distance again, which is what's made it really difficult for Rodriguez to impose himself upon Bartel this evening as this fight's developed. Lovely little uppercut on the inside, and that's a nice shot that Bartel's been able to get off Linus at times as well. It's that little uppercut on the inside.
Yeah, no, like I said, he works really well on the inside. That's how he kind of likes to fight. But now that he's added the arsenal of really good footwork and just a little bit more savviness, he's really putting together. And Mark Tibbs as well, they've really put together a really good package here in Joel.
Round 6 then. Just working behind the jab, Bartel. He's controlled the pace and the distance of this one for the last 4 rounds, and it's been impressive stuff from the man from Surrey. Crowd right behind him, he got a great reception. And we've really appreciated this performance from him. And you can just see those fast hands from Rodriguez when he's at close quarters. He really does pose a threat. He's a dangerous man on the inside. Seems to become a little bit slippy just in the centre of the ring there. Good work again. Good work from Rodriguez there as well. Nice little jab, and again, really impressive on the inside.
Jab, Joel just standing with him and jabbing with him here. Just showing he can do it all.
He's controlling proceedings with that jab alone at times, Joel Bartel. And shown a bit of everything in his arsenal today, and his management of this fight in particular has been really impressive.
Shot. Good. He's just kind of standing in. He just stood in there a little bit too long for my liking. I feel like, you know, maybe he's feeling Rodriguez's power and he's not really feeling that there's any problem here, so he can stand inside. I'd still elect for him to get back to what he was doing and back on his boxing.
The other thing that you've got to be mindful of course, other than overlooking a fighter, is that, you know, at this point here, you know, he's well in control, and you don't want to risk anything, although you'd like to get a stoppage and throw everything at him. He's got to be mindful of the fact that you don't want to pick up one of those nasty cuts or, you know, an injury to a knuckle or one of those things that can really set things back for what's to come. So he'll want to be mindful of that. You can't be too much, of course, because you've got to beat who's in front of you, but sometimes it's about managing that as well, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. Like tonight, it's
you
all
don't want to get
about
involved in anything you don't need to, I guess is what I'm saying.
100%. He does not. If he doesn't need to go there, don't go there. And you know, tonight is all about getting the win and looking good, because there's a bigger pot of gold later on. So as long as he doesn't mess up and do anything untoward, he'll be fine tonight.
Yeah. Well, he's well conditioned, he's got a great engine, so he's put all that work in the bank, but tonight is not the night to draw it all out and make that deposit. He'll want to save a little bit in the bank account for that big fight that's coming up.
And you know, Rodriguez is no mug. You know, I mean, out of his 14 wins, he's had 6 stoppages, so he does carry a bit of power.
You can see why that's been the case, because with those fast hands, you can see how he will have caught people.
Yeah, 100%. Like, just like every other fighter tonight, there's always been an air of unpredictability. There's an air of danger in the air. You know what I mean? The matchmaking has been unreal. The matchmaking has been incredible.
Breathing heavily in the corner, Rodriguez, and an unusual technique there from the coach, pressing on his solar plexus, perhaps to try and expel as much carbon dioxide as possible and allow him to take deep breaths. But that's an unusual technique. But he's breathing heavily, and they're absolutely immersing him, drowning him in water.
Yeah, and
that's a very wet blue corner, which I'm surprised the referee hasn't told them to. Luckily, there's not been much action in the corners, because it's pretty drenched in there now. But he's doing everything he can to stay as fresh as possible, Rodriguez, because, as I say, Bartel will show absolutely no signs of slowing down. He possesses a great engine, and he'll continue to box at this pace throughout.
Yeah, 100%. You know, he's boxing really well right now. And I'm not surprised he's tired, man. Joe puts a good pace on you, you know what I mean? He throws every punch with conviction, and he's really worked the body early. And so, you know what I mean, I feel like this is where, when you work the body early in a fight, you know, these rounds is where it starts to pay dividends. You know, from 5 rounds onwards, you start to feel those body shots slip in. Shots. Great slip and shot from Joe.
We're seeing a different style again here almost from Bartel, aren't we? Nice and free-flowing movement from him.
Yeah.
Nice and loose and fluid, free-flowing. Good work. It's allowing him to let those shots go from a relaxed shoulder position, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, he's kind of in control. He's really invested in the body early, so that quickness from Rodriguez is kind of almost gone now because he's worked the body early.
And some fighters do generate power from a very sort of tense position. That's just how they generate their power. Others need to be loose and relaxed, and Joel letting his hands go here, and it's nice work. Really good work from the Beast.
Shot, another great left hook to the body.
But these defensive manoeuvres after are what's so impressive here, Linus, that he's getting those shots off, but he's not staying there.
Yeah.
He's dipping, he's rolling, he's moving his feet, changing the angle and getting out of the way, so it's impossible for Rodriguez to reply, and that's what's so impressive here.
Oh, 100%.
He's got better and better at it.
Yeah, he's not getting greedy, he's not rushing his work, he's not doing anything crazy. He does look like he has a cut underneath that left eye. He has a bit of a mouse underneath that left eye, just above the cheek.
Yeah, he'll just want to keep an eye on that because, of course, as we've mentioned, big announcement coming on Tuesday for a big fight for Joel Bartel, and we've just been mentioning they want to avoid any cuts or any injuries. Any little nicks can set you back, so he'll want to make sure he doesn't sustain any more punishment to that area. It's only tiny, but they can be problematic. Good work here from both of them on the inside, though, as Rodriguez just tucks up and then tries to let his hands go, but again Bartel gets out of the way and doesn't allow that reply. Great work again, as we see a little bit of a shimmy and a smile.
He's really in his groove, he's really comfortable right now, Bartel. You know, he's done all his work. You can see it, he's still got, you know what, he's still got rounds left in him. He's still got
Absolutely, he's got a great engine, and you know, at the start of this one it looked like what was going to be a really tough night for Rodriguez, and it could have been, but Bartel hasn't allowed it to be. As we see in the replays here, some of this lovely defensive work from Bartel. Really nice work there, just rolling under that hook and then managing to get there. It doesn't look too troubling, that little nick under the eye, Linus, as we can see on the camera here.
Yeah,
you can see that pretty close up there. They're just obviously smothering it in a bit of Vaseline because we'll just want anything possible to slide off that. That's why they apply that Vaseline, as well as, you know, containing it and not allowing it to open up.
Yeah, you know what? It looks so much worse than it did. It looks so much worse than it was on
just a little nick that, but they won't want it to open up.
I think it's a graze at best.
They won't want to take too many shots on it and open it up anymore. But really good performance this has been from Joel Bartel. Very impressive stuff. Been points in this contest when Joel Bartel has been able to dominate and control proceedings just with that jab, just edging in behind that front foot, switches his point of attack there, and Rodriguez just having to quicken his feet a little and get out of that corner. Finds himself back there again though, as Bartel again changes the angle and goes to work to the body. Back on the jab though.
Really good movement here. A really good movement from Bartel, really good selection. He's just kind of seeing this fight out now. He's shown everything in his arsenal.
He's enjoying it in there now, isn't he?
Yeah, 100%. He's looking good. He's really looking good, and he's really setting himself up for that announcement on Tuesday and the next fight coming up.
Nice work to the body with the lead hand from Joel Bartel. Nice and relaxed. As he winds up that uppercut there and delivers it. Nice backhand as well. Really showing everything in his repertoire here.
Really enjoying himself.
That's why you put all the work in the gym, isn't it, Linus? So you can put on a display and entertain fans like this.
Yeah, this is a dream performance, to be honest. You know, the only thing he's missing is a stoppage or a big knockout. You know what I mean? But yeah, this is a dream performance, and he's looking really good, man. He's really improved, and I think he's at that point now where it's time to step up. You know, the title level.
Well, this is just his sixth bout for the 21-year-old, and he's on an 8-rounder and getting ready for that announcement on Tuesday for a big fight to come. So Really exciting times for Joel Bartel. Nice work from Rodriguez, but good again defensively from Bartel. It's been a good performance this from the Panamanian, hasn't it, Linus? Because again, you know, you can't put on performances like this unless you've got someone who's willing to come at you and make it a fight.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, no, 100%. You know what I mean?
You've got to have something to work off, to react to, and what we've seen is really smart, savvy reactions at times from Bartel here, as well as initiating his own intelligent attacks.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's been a very mature performance. He's shown us almost every arsenal in his repertoire. I think he's still got a lot more to go.
Entering the final seconds then of this final round, the crowd really imploring him forward and showing their appreciation for this one as the two go toe-to-toe, and Rodriguez says, come on then, let's have it, and they do as they open up, and a good performance from Joel Bartel. Huge credit to Omer Rodriguez, the 31-year-old from Panama, who put in a really big shift tonight. Impressive stuff from him. He was entertaining, made it an intriguing fight, added a little bit of jeopardy, but Joel Bartel showed just why he is ready for bigger fights and bigger nights, because the adaptations he made, the adjustments he made, and how he improved from round to round, let alone from his previous contests, really impressive, Linus.
Yeah, no, fantastic stuff from Joel. He's really set himself up, you know, like as soon as we saw Rodriguez come out in that first round, I kind of thought, I think we both thought the same thing. Rodriguez is going to be a tough night's work, but Joel made it anything but, and yeah, fantastic mature performance from Joel.
Really good work. Well, let's get the official announcement then for your MC this evening, Vernon Ray.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, for the final time this evening, we do go to the referees' scorecards. Scoring the contest, 79 points to 73 points. And your winner, and still unbeaten, Joel the Beast Bartel!
Well, a performance that he can be really proud of, because not only did he have that sort of in his line of vision that there's this big announcement on Tuesday and we know there's a big fight coming, and will he get distracted and could it be a banana skin? Not only that, he got the win and did it in really impressive fashion.
Yeah, he didn't go out really safety first approach and made it, you know, he kind of took the fight away from the actual fight. You know, he went out there and he showed what he was about. He fought with confidence, he fought with maturity, and he looked really good doing it.
Yeah, really impressive from him. What a great night we have had, and Joel Bartel will be ringside with Melissa in just a moment, but to recap, an incredible night of boxing, and we've had a real mix of styles, and that's down to the matchmaking, which is an art and a skill in itself. Huge thank you to Denzel Bentley, of course, former British champion, who's got that huge fight coming up with Danny Dignan. Make sure that you follow that and support him. So thank you so much to you as well, Linus, for joining us. Linus Adofia, of course, a former English champion who's been fantastic alongside us this evening, so thank you to them as Joel Bartel makes his way ringside, where he's going to be chatting to Melissa.
Joel, your 6th professional outing, your first 8-rounder, how are you feeling?
Yeah, no, I'm feeling really good. I'm happy with how I pace the rounds, and still putting a lot of power shots in, but now I know the pace, I can up the power shots and hopefully get more stoppages over the longer distances.
You look like, towards the end of that fight, you look like you were thoroughly enjoying yourself, really in that flow state. Why don't you talk us through it?
Yeah, no, I had a good starting few rounds, but then I really found the rhythm and the distance, and find it sometimes easier just to relax and have a bit of fun, and then frustrate him and let my shots land.
Obviously, he had extremely quick hands. We saw those in the first couple of rounds. How important was distance control and footwork tonight?
Yeah, no, it's really important, because quite a lot of the time, if you watch my fights, I hold my feet and throw a lot of shots. So it was good for me to have an opponent that wanted to be on the front foot too, and got me to practice my defence as well as attack.
You started boxing at the age of 14. That was only 7 years ago. You achieved 50 amateur fights, 2 national titles, and I hear that there's big things on the horizon for you. Is there anything that you can let out of the bag?
I think it's coming out tomorrow, but a big show held at the O2 Indigo against a well-known British opponent, and I hope he's ready.
Come on, tell us who it is.
Jordan Reynolds, I hope you're ready, mate.
Oh, I like it. That's the July show, that's the one at the O2. It's going to be a really big one. How important is it to be down at the Tibbs gym, have someone like Mark Tibbs in your corner, guiding your career?
You know, it's great, you know. I've got Mark Tibbs, I've got Jimmy Tibbs, you know, years and years of experiences, Southern area, English, British, all the way up to world champions. So they know what they're doing, they know how to win, and that's the most important thing.
That performance was super mature. Really excited to see your career progression. Do you have some final words for your fan base?
Just, I want to thank everyone for coming out, as they always do. I get about 150 people here every time, and it means a lot when they spend all their money to come and watch me box. So, up the Bartel's cartel.
Congratulations.
Well, really good performance from Joel Bartel, and Melissa and I were talking before, and saying, just try and get him to tell us who it is, and he did there. Unbeaten, Jordan Reynolds, unbeaten in 7 professional contests. That is what we want to see, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, these fights, these 50-50s, you know, I mean, kids early on in their careers going against, you know, for titles, it's rightly so. It's what it should be, you know. Like you said earlier, just off the comms there, I'm sick of seeing predictable shows where, you know, you know who's going to win, the home fight's going to win, the red corner's going to win. You know what I mean? I'm sick of it, and the TM14s are offering that. This show's been like that. It's been actually incredible.
And that's a really important point, as we were just saying to one of the promoters here, of course, Dennis Hobson, and just saying that makes such a difference if there's one competitive fight after another for fans. Makes it really enjoyable, doesn't it? And there was plenty of jeopardy and intrigue and entertainment in every bout in different forms this evening.
Yeah, 100%. It's been, every single fight's been competitive, and it's always had that air of unpredictability. It wasn't a sure thing that the home fighter was going to win. There was all the way from Lloyd Farington to Sean Robinson to, you know what I mean, to Joe Bartel. Every single opponent came with a live, you know, danger. Even was it Badou's fight? Every single opponent had a live.
They all brought
risk.
something different, and it was certainly entertaining and enjoyable for us here at ringside, which there is no better position to watch boxing. It is absolutely always a privilege, and certainly in the Mecca of British boxing, York Hall. It's been such a pleasure to be alongside you, Linus. Thank you so much, even though you ate all the sweets. Luckily I didn't want any, but thank you for being with us, and to Denzel Bentley, and thank you very much to Melissa, of course, for the ringside interviews. Great job by everybody involved this evening. I do hope you've enjoyed tonight's action. We cannot wait to see you back for more. Thanks for joining us.